Hi, welcome back guys. This is your Sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Mastered Wind Chakra. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Darkness was all he saw. It was a consuming blackness without the faintest hint of light. He tried to make sense of where he was but could not place it. Even time seemed swallowed by the void. He tried to move his hands and found them useless. He tried to walk and found no floor beneath him. A small flash of red appeared in the dark. He drifted toward it, reasoning that there was no sense in staying in the void. As he approached, other colors emerged. The light resolved into a circle, and at its center a red orb with a black slit became visible, the eye of something immense. The fox growled Naruto's name. Suddenly light filled the darkness and the figure of a giant fox dominated his view. Naruto tried to run but could not move. Thoughts raced through his head, the strongest being why the fox was out of its cage. A second voice, thin and trembling, called his name. It belonged to Sakura. She appeared nearby, badly injured and unresponsive, her hair stained and her eyes dull. Naruto surged toward her in desperation, but before he could reach her, the fox's massive paw struck near Sakura and sent her reeling. The fox mocked Naruto's helplessness, taunting that he could not rely on what he mistook for strength and promising to show him true despair. The scene shifted into a wide plain scattered with fallen figures and debris, an eerie hush hanging over the field. Fallen shapes that he recognized lay among the wreckage: a black-haired teen in a torn blue shirt, a masked man with silver hair, an older man in robes that had once been white, and finally one of his first friends and teachers, Iruka. Naruto felt the air leave him and could not hold back a sob, tears streaming freely for the first time in years. The fox warned that Naruto had seen nothing yet and then unleashed a sweeping wave of heat and chakra that rolled across the plain, erasing the scene in an instant. Naruto jerked awake. Fresh tears still trailed down his cheeks as he tried to understand where he was. He ran a hand through his hair and realized he was covered in sweat. He was lying safely in his room on his bed. He glanced at a lone photograph on his nightstand and sighed in relief. The picture showed Team 7, the people who had become his first true friends and helped him find a new respect for himself. When Naruto had been a child, nobody would talk to him or acknowledge him. He had once thought it was because he had been shy, but after he dropped that shyness he still could not make friends. He began to think something was wrong with him. If nobody wanted to be his friend, then he must be a freak. The third Hokage, a grandfather figure, told him that he was as normal as anyone else and that people ignored him out of their own ignorance. When his Jinchuriki status became known, Naruto had truly felt like a monster. It was Iruka's words that changed him. Iruka declared otherwise, and Naruto began to see himself as his own person. After that, he was made a ninja of the leaf and placed into Team Naruto. Smiled at how much had changed. He now had irreplaceable friends and had even made it to the final rounds of the Chunin exams. There had been trouble, but his team had managed to cope. His whole team had advanced, though Sakura had been disqualified after tying with Ino, a girl Naruto did not know well except for her obvious crush on Sasuke. Thinking back on the exams, Naruto could not help but recall Orochimaru. The man had overwhelmed them without breaking a sweat and had branded Sasuke with a cursed seal that disturbed the boy's behavior. Naruto had been unable to protect his friend then, much like the time when Haku had seemingly beaten Sasuke. Both times Naruto had had to rely on the Kyuubi's power to protect those he cared about. The thought of the Kyuubi made Naruto shudder. The nightmare had felt disturbingly real and had exposed his weakness. He had depended on something dangerous to keep his friends safe, and that realization left him feeling powerless for the first time since becoming a genin. He resolved that he needed to train hard and become stronger so he could protect them himself. Naruto whispered to himself that he would not let anyone hurt his friends again. He climbed out of bed and gathered his scattered clothes. He pulled on his orange pants and black shirt, then reached for his jacket. As he dressed, he thought he should clean the apartment. It had been a month and a half since he last tidied, and it was better to take care of it now before it got worse. He put on his sandals, avoided stepping on the trash littering the floor, and decided a quick jog around the village would clear his head. It was still dark outside when he left. With a shrug he vaulted from his building and ran to the place that calmed him, the Hokage monument. Ever since the third had taken him there, Naruto had made it his special spot. Something about sitting on the head of his idol, the fourth Hokage, soothed him. It was there that he had first decided to become Hokage. At the time he had only thought of wanting recognition. Now he was not sure what being Hokage truly meant. He understood that it would take time to learn the real reason behind that title. A Hokage was responsible for protecting everyone in the village, but Naruto wondered what drove them to put their lives on the line for others and what made them choose the village over themselves. Naruto promised himself he would find an answer, but for now he knew one thing. The nightmare with the nine-tailed fox had opened his eyes. He was weak at the moment, but with training he could become strong enough to protect the people he cared about. Maybe this was the path to understanding why he wanted to become village leader, but for the time being he would focus on getting stronger to protect his friends. Naruto shouted to the village that he would not let anyone hurt his friends and that from now on he would not let anyone down. Naruto walked toward the ninja academy. It was around 11 in the morning, so it would be recess and he could talk to instructor Iruka. Earlier that day Naruto had had an epiphany and wanted to become stronger, though he did not know how. All he had done before was beg for new techniques, and now he realized that was not the way to grow. The powerful technique meant little without proper training, and it could take time to be effective against a skilled opponent. Naruto decided to start at the root, the academy. Iruka had known him almost as long as the third and understood Naruto's shortcomings. The blonde entered the academy and headed for Instructor Iruka's classroom, feeling a little nostalgic as he walked the hallways. The memories were not all happy. He had been an outcast, but some were bright, like the simpler days of playing pranks with friends and worrying only about which ramen flavor he would get when Iruka treated him. Now he worried about missions, getting stronger, and protecting those who mattered to him. Naruto greeted Instructor Iruka with a smile. Iruka returned the smile and asked what brought Naruto there. Naruto hesitated and looked toward the open window where students played. Iruka's face showed concern. It was not like Naruto to be serious. Naruto's fists tightened and he met Iruka's eyes with determination. Naruto told Instructor Iruka that he wanted to get stronger in order to protect those close to him. Iruka listened with a small, proud smile. He recognized the drive in Naruto. Different ninjas trained for different reasons: revenge, recognition, honor, and he was pleased to see Naruto's newfound resolve. Naruto then asked Iruka what he thought Naruto should improve on, requesting an honest assessment of his weaknesses from the time he had been a student. Iruka recalled that Naruto had little talent with illusion techniques. He remembered an embarrassing transformation technique Naruto had used and cleared his throat. Iruka told Naruto that his ninja techniques had shown great promise while his hand-to-hand combat had been lacking. He acknowledged that Naruto had improved in both since then but emphasized that illusion techniques still needed work. Iruka suggested Naruto consult instructor Kakashi as well, since Kakashi was more familiar with Naruto's current abilities. Naruto thanked instructor Iruka and ran out of the classroom, eager to find Kakashi. Iruka chuckled and watched him go, amused and proud that Naruto continued to surprise him. Naruto searched for Kakashi in several places and eventually went to Team 7's training grounds. He almost jumped when a voice appeared behind him. Naruto turned and glared at Kakashi, scolding him for appearing without warning. Kakashi gave a small smile with his visible eye and explained that he had been following Naruto, noting Naruto's route from the bookstore to the memorial stone and concluding that Naruto had been looking for him. Naruto told Kakashi he had a favor to ask. Kakashi asked what it was, and Naruto asked Kakashi for an honest appraisal of his strengths and weaknesses and for guidance on what to improve. Kakashi raised an eyebrow at this uncharacteristic request. Naruto explained that he had felt insufficient in protecting his friends and wanted to become stronger for their sake. He admitted the nightmare with the nine-tailed fox had motivated him. Kakashi regarded Naruto with pride and said that while Naruto had room to improve, it was not insurmountable. He explained that Naruto needed to expand his list of techniques, since Naruto so far knew only the shadow clone technique. Kakashi offered to provide scrolls with techniques tailored to Naruto's elemental nature and promised they would address those later. Kakashi told Naruto that he also had to work on a way to dispel genjutsu, since he showed no talent for it. He added that Naruto's taijutsu was neither bad nor good and suggested that Naruto pick a style and work on it. Kakashi then took a small piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Naruto, instructing him to pour chakra into the paper so they could determine his elemental affinity. Naruto followed the instruction and watched as the paper split neatly in half. Naruto asked what the result meant. Kakashi nodded and produced a few scrolls, explaining that the split indicated a wind affinity. He warned that wind was one of the most difficult and dangerous elements, powerful but hard to control. Kakashi gave the scrolls to Naruto and explained that they contained wind jutsu he had copied over the years, but Naruto could not attempt to use them until he had trained with wind chakra. Naruto promised Kakashi that he would not try the jutsu prematurely and then asked how he would train with wind chakra. Kakashi smiled with one visible eye and explained the 2 exercises Naruto would need to complete. The first was to split a leaf in half using chakra. The cut had to be perfectly clean, and if it was not, he would have to try again. The second exercise was similar but required splitting a rock in half, demanding much more chakra. Kakashi expressed confidence that Naruto could manage it. Naruto thanked Kakashi and pocketed the scrolls. He turned to leave but Kakashi called after him and asked him to meet at the training grounds the next morning at 10 to discuss Chunin exam preparation. Naruto, a little exasperated, agreed not to be late and left the area determined to start the leaf exercise that same day. Naruto settled against a tree with a single leaf in hand and began practicing. After 4 hours, he still could not make more than the smallest nick. He realized why Kakashi had warned that wind chakra was hard to master. His usual impatience made it difficult to remain still and focused for long periods. Naruto tried to think of sharp objects to guide his chakra and finally pictured a sword, attempting to shape his wind chakra like a blade. Exhausted, he looked at the leaf and saw a tiny nick along the edge. It was not much, but it was progress and proof he was on the right track. Encouraged, Naruto adjusted his chakra and tried again, but his control was still rusty. He noticed the time and decided it must be late afternoon. With his stomach growling, he decided to head to Ichiraku for ramen and hoped a meal might help reset his focus. He had been training in a small clearing near Team 7's grounds to avoid interruptions. Back in the village, Naruto followed the scent of ramen with his nose and moved through the streets by leaping between rooftops. He suddenly bumped into someone soft and landed on his butt. A feminine voice scolded him to watch where he was going and called his name. Naruto looked up to see blonde hair and blue eyes. It was Ino. Ino teased that Naruto should help her up, and Naruto, a little confused, asked why he should. She asked again and put out her hand. Naruto helped her up, and the brief contact made both of them flush slightly. Ino explained that she was out looking for something to eat because her parents were away and she had nothing at home. Naruto offered to eat with her, explaining he was heading to Ichiraku after a long day of training. Ino was surprised and a little shy but accepted. Naruto took her hand and ran toward the ramen stand, unaware of her light blush. They entered the stand and sat down. Soon the owner, a man in an apron whose face suggested warmth and cheer, came out to greet them and give the stand its homey feeling. The man's name was Tucci, and he was one of the few who held no resentment toward Naruto because of the fox sealed inside him. He and his daughter Ayam had been among the first people who felt precious to Naruto. Tucci smiled and asked who Naruto's friend was. Naruto grinned and pointed to the fellow blonde, explaining that this was Ino and that he had brought her because she needed somewhere to eat. Tucci then mentioned that Ayam had gone out to buy ingredients for a new ramen flavor. The news always produced a predictable reaction from Naruto. His eyes widened and his body stiffened. Ino noticed his sudden change and saw that he was trembling slightly. Naruto brightened and volunteered to try the new flavor, and Tucci chuckled as he thanked Naruto and said that the first 2 bowls would be on the house. Naruto reacted with happy excitement. Tucci knew how important ramen was to Naruto, so the offer suited them both. Ino watched Naruto with curiosity. He seemed calmer and happier than the times she had seen him before. She realized she had never really tried to know him beyond the surface. When they were in the academy, she had not focused on him. Only after Naruto defeated Kiba and surprised everyone did she begin to see him differently. Tucci asked what the 2 of them would have. Naruto requested miso ramen and asked Tucci to keep the orders coming. When Tucci turned to Ino, she scanned the menu and chose a bowl of chicken ramen. Naruto looked at her oddly and questioned why she was ordering only one bowl. He insisted that the ramen was so good she should have more than one. Ino crossed her arms and explained that she needed to watch her figure, which made Naruto puzzled. He thought they were always exercising as ninjas and that eating more would be fine. Ino sighed and commented that Naruto simply did not understand women. Tucci returned with the bowls and placed them in front of the two teens. After they finished, Naruto and Ino walked through the streets of Konoha toward Ino's house, since she had said a gentleman should walk her home. Naruto obliged without really understanding the etiquette. The sun was setting and a few people walked by, casting wary looks at Naruto that mixed fear and resentment. Ino noticed the looks and felt uncomfortable for him. Naruto, however, was oblivious to it and continued to be energetic. He waved his hand at her, trying to get her attention until she finally pushed it away. She blushed and snapped at him, then softened and asked what he wanted. Naruto pointed out the houses and reminded her that she had said her house was on this block. Ino suggested it might be the house with a sign showing her last name, and she indicated the shop with a sign that read Yamanaka Flower Shop. Naruto teased her about talking a lot for someone who had several bowls of ramen. The air cooled as Ino shot him a sharp look and clenched her fist, offended. Naruto laughed nervously and scratched the back of his head. They entered the flower shop together. Naruto admired the array of flowers on display. He had always been somewhat interested in gardening and even kept a few plants in his apartment. The calming sight and the bright colors, especially the orange tones, pleased him. Ino, noticing his stare, wondered whether he was interested in flowers. Naruto admitted he only had a passing interest in plants, but Ino found herself intrigued. The energetic boy had a calming, gentle side she would not have expected. Naruto thanked Ino for agreeing to go with him, noting that besides teacher Irika, she was the first person to accompany him. Ino smiled and said that getting to know him had been fun and that she would like to spend more time together. She blushed lightly and chastised herself for being shy. Naruto smiled back and, before leaving, placed something on Ino's hand. He said he had to go and that he would see her later. He ran out of the store. Ino watched him go and smiled. She felt she could be herself around him and believed they would become good friends. The white rose on her hand was a small token of that budding friendship. The next morning Naruto was up at 8. He showered, got dressed, and ate a light breakfast, mindful of the small amount of money he had left from the Zabuza mission. He kept most of his money saved as what he called his "I'm out of ramen" fund. Material things were not important to him, so he rarely spent on anything unnecessary. He would only use the money for food and bills. After finishing his morning routine, Naruto went to the training grounds. It was 8:30 in the morning, but he figured the time was perfect to work on cutting the leaf. He was pleased with his progress so far. Now that he understood the basic concept of the exercise, the rest would follow in time. The only thing making it harder was his poor chakra control. He guessed it had slipped for natural reasons but planned to ask Kakashi about it later. There were other things to worry about first. For one, he did not yet have a new taijutsu style. He could not ask just anyone. Most instructors were busy training their own students. Naruto wished, briefly, that Kakashi had Guy's enthusiasm and smiled at the mental image of Kakashi in a green jumpsuit striking a "nice guy" pose. He decided Kakashi was fine as he was. At the training ground he resumed work on the leaf. He wished the training could go faster but knew he was also practicing emotional control. He had read about meditation once during his academy days as a way for a ninja to become more aware of his chakra, but he put that aside for another time since Kakashi would arrive soon. Kakashi arrived after a short while and greeted Naruto, noting that it was good to see him already at work. Kakashi explained that he would be busy training Sasuke and introduced the other instructor, Ebisu, as one of Konoha's elite ninjas who would teach Naruto a form of chakra control called water walking. Kakashi described it as similar to tree walking, except the chakra had to be used to stand on something that was not solid. Naruto frowned. He knew Ebisu was not a fan of his. He told Kakashi he understood and kept quiet, accepting the training opportunity. Kakashi gave a brief smile and then disappeared in a cloud of smoke, leaving Naruto with Ebisu. Ebisu led Naruto to their training spot, moving briskly with Naruto following. They arrived at a local hot springs, a place that, despite the mild climate of Konoha, always seemed to have visitors. Ebisu pointed out a lone hot spring and said that Naruto would practice his water walking there. Naruto approached the spring and asked what was special about it. Ebisu only said that it would motivate him to do his best. Naruto shrugged and stood at the edge. He gathered chakra into his feet and stepped onto the water. His feet sank slightly the first time but felt manageable. When he tried to set his other foot down, he sank more abruptly and jumped back, surprised and angry. Naruto complained that the water seemed scalding, and Ebisu insisted that the difficulty was part of the training. Naruto scowled and tried again. After 3 more failed attempts, he ran a hand through his hair and growled. The exercise was frustrating on top of everything else. A short commotion drew Naruto's attention. An elderly man had been nearby, taking notes and watching the area with keen interest. Ebisu moved to address the man, asking what he was doing. The man said he was conducting research and refused to move. He turned back to his notepad and began writing furiously. Ebisu attempted to escort the man away, but the man proved unexpectedly quick and slipped aside. Before anyone could react, a large toad suddenly appeared and landed on top of Ebisu, knocking him unconscious in a dramatic anime-style collision. The situation looked chaotic but not gruesome. Naruto stared in stunned amazement as the man then climbed onto the toad and struck an exaggerated pose, introducing himself as the legendary ninja Jiraiya. The man carried himself like an eccentric researcher and held up a notebook, saying it contained notes for his new book. Naruto felt conflicted. He had just met a legendary ninja rumored to rival the Hokage in strength, yet the man's dramatic entrance and offbeat behavior left Naruto unsure how to react. He demanded to know why Ebisu had been knocked out. Jiraiya smirked and explained that he had been busy with his research and could not be bothered at the moment, then showed Naruto the notebook of notes he had been keeping. Naruto narrowed his eyes in thought, the memory of Kakashi's amused expression flashing briefly through his mind. Naruto recognized the man as the author of the books Kakashi read. Jiraiya smiled and acknowledged that his books were known throughout the nations. Naruto scowled and accused him of being nothing but a lecher, then immediately shifted to a grin and declared he knew how to handle people like that. Jiraiya responded with a boastful laugh, confident in his reputation. A brief commotion had left Ebisu collapsed nearby, so Naruto decided to postpone water walking practice and go train instead. Naruto arrived at the clearing he had been using lately. The sun was high, around noon. He took a fallen leaf and sat against a tree, planning to meditate while attempting to cut it. If he succeeded, he could work on other areas he needed to improve. He frowned as he thought about how far he still had to go. Cutting the leaf was proving difficult. He still needed to train his taijutsu, find a way to counter genjutsu, and master the jutsu Kakashi had left him. Time for the Chunin exams was running out, and he worried Ebisu would not train him seriously because of the fox. Running a hand through his hair, he pushed the doubts aside and focused on training. He tried to cut the leaf once more, determined never to quit. Jiraiya watched with an approving grin. The kid could have been enjoying a day with friends but chose to train, and Jiraiya recognized the same stubborn spark he had seen in his younger self. The boy would go far, and a Sannin might help him go even farther. After hours of effort, Naruto grew impatient. Staying still and focused for so long was progress for him, but the heat and his short temper were wearing on him. When he finally pulled his hands away from the leaf, he saw a noticeable improvement. About 1/4 of the leaf had been cut. He managed a small smile at the progress. Jiraiya approached and pointed out that Naruto was having trouble with the leaf exercise, then offered to help with his chakra control. Naruto protested that his chakra control was not terrible, but Jiraiya admitted he had been watching and insisted he could help. Instead of asking for a show of force, Jiraiya examined Naruto's seal with a practiced eye and performed a brief, focused technique on the area over the seal. Naruto felt a sudden sting and had the air knocked out of him for a moment, then the burning subsided. Naruto reacted loudly, but Jiraiya only smirked and told him to try the exercise again. Naruto concentrated, molding chakra into the blade-like form he had been practicing, and focused on cutting the leaf. When he removed his hands this time, He found the cut much larger and felt genuine surprise and gratitude that Jiraiya's method had helped. Naruto coined a teasing nickname for Jiraiya and thanked him. Jiraiya feigned offense, then pretended he would not take the boy on as an apprentice. He turned as if to leave. Naruto scrambled for a way to keep him and used a quick, harmless distraction before pleading for training. Jiraiya stopped, considered it, and then agreed to train him. Naruto brightened at the news, thrilled at the prospect of learning from a Sannin so he could protect his friends sooner. Jiraiya sighed and prepared to begin. Jiraiya crossed his arms and faced Naruto with a serious expression, asking what he was working on in his training. Naruto considered for a moment and explained that he had been focusing on wind chakra control but still needed to improve his taijutsu and develop a way to counter genjutsu. He added that the wind chakra training had been taking up most of his time. Jiraiya nodded and asked how many jutsu Naruto knew. Naruto admitted that besides the shadow clone technique, he did not know many others. The Sannin raised an eyebrow at the revelation. Despite Naruto being the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, the ability to use shadow clones was impressive. Jiraiya noted that the clones would be useful, since they could transfer their experiences back to Naruto and allow him to train in multiple areas simultaneously. Naruto brightened when Jiraiya explained the true purpose of the shadow clones. They were ideal for training because they could learn and relay their experiences. Naruto asked which subjects they would tackle first. Jiraiya smiled and, remembering his memories with Minato, outlined a training plan. He said the training would be divided into 3 categories. Toad Taijutsu, finishing the water-walking Naruto had been practicing at the hot springs, and learning how to summon toads. Wind chakra control would be Naruto's responsibility during free time. Naruto asked when they would start. Jiraiya set the start time for 8 the next morning and said he would bring Naruto to a good training spot and expected to finish by 5 in the afternoon so Naruto could still work on wind control afterward. Jiraiya then mentioned he had some research to attend to and left, disappearing with a puff of smoke. Alone, Naruto turned toward home, relieved to have someone to guide his training and resolved not to let distractions get in his way. Jiraiya, meanwhile, sat beneath a tree and wrote in his notebook. He had taken Naruto to a waterfall to practice water walking because it was a quiet place he liked for both training and research. When they had begun early that morning, Naruto had picked up most of the toad-style taijutsu quickly. After the taijutsu portion, Naruto had fought one of Jiraiya's clones while water walking, showing good progress. Jiraiya heard a cheer and laughter and inferred that Naruto had finished his water walking practice. Naruto presented himself with a grin, teasing Jiraiya about watching from a distance and declaring that beating the clone meant Jiraiya had to teach him how to summon toads. Jiraiya dropped down from the tree with a sigh, admonishing Naruto for being loud. Jiraiya produced the large summoning scroll from his lower back and opened it, revealing 2 names written in blood. He asked Naruto to sign the scroll with his blood as the first step in learning the summoning jutsu. Naruto eagerly agreed, bit his thumb to draw blood, and wrote his name next to Minato Namikaze's. Jiraiya reminded him to perform the hand signs and to focus chakra into the summoning, since the amount of chakra determined the result. Naruto performed the hand signs, struck the ground, and a puff of smoke appeared. He smiled but frowned when a small green toad materialized. Jiraiya instructed him to put more chakra into the technique. Naruto tried again and summoned a slightly larger purple toad. A third attempt produced the original green toad. Jiraiya realized more experienced chakra use would be necessary. Jiraiya told Naruto they needed to review the new training schedule. He admitted he had not expected Naruto to learn water walking so quickly, which required rearranging their plan. Jiraiya explained they would continue to develop taijutsu over time, followed by sparring matches to apply those skills in combat training. After sparring, Jiraiya would assist with wind chakra control, and when that was underway he would teach the basics of sealing, an important art that could allow Naruto to create seals if he became skilled enough. They would return to summoning practice afterward to try to call larger toads. Naruto confirmed that he understood and asked if he could still train on his own time. Jiraiya welcomed the extra effort but warned that the regimen would be exhausting. He told Naruto the day's work was done and that he would see him the next morning, then disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Naruto stretched his sore muscles and sighed, excited for the training ahead but bracing himself for the hard work to come. The blonde chuckled and summoned 2 clones as Jiraiya had taught, beginning to work on cutting the leaf. The sun was setting when Naruto made his way home. For the first time in years, Naruto felt truly tired. It had been a long day and he knew it would be nothing compared to what was to come. He walked through the streets and kept up his practiced oblivious act. He had learned to pretend not to notice the villagers' stares, but he could still feel them and wished they would stop. Naruto heard Ino call his name and turned as she ran toward him. Ino tried to catch her breath and then frowned, pointing out that his clothes were a mess. Naruto examined his jacket and noticed several cuts and dirt. He grinned lightly and explained that he had been training with Jiraiya and thought he had been nicked while learning how to block a kunai with his new taijutsu. Ino's expression shifted to concern as she pointed out that there was blood on his jacket and insisted that he come with her. Naruto stiffened and asked if her parents would be okay with him being there, worried about imposing. Ino chuckled and reassured him that her parents had wanted to meet him for a while. Naruto widened his eyes at the news and asked why they would want to meet him. Ino told him that he was a great person, that he had surprised everyone by defeating Kiba through perseverance, and that since he had become a ninja her parents had wanted to meet him. Naruto nodded slowly and agreed to go. He did not understand why they wanted to meet him, but if Ino wanted him there, he would go. They were friends. They walked through a part of town Naruto seldom visited, and he felt the familiar sting of hostile glares. He noticed Ino seeing the looks and hoped she would not mention them. Relief eased his chest when Ino pointed out the Yamanaka sign a few houses away. Ino smiled with pride at the sign and led Naruto through the front door, announcing their arrival. Footsteps approached and Naruto's heartbeat quickened. He was always nervous about meeting adults because many of them blamed him for the QB. A blonde woman entered the living room and welcomed Ino home before turning her attention to Naruto and asking who he was. Ino introduced Naruto as her friend and named the woman as her mother, Miki. Miki smiled gently at Naruto and noted his nervousness with compassion. She thought sadly of how the village's ignorance had made him fearful of adults. She had once seen him as a child pushed out of a store, terrified, and it had stayed with her. Now he was a leaf ninja, and she admired the strength he showed despite everything. Miki told Naruto that it was nice to meet him and offered him something to drink. Naruto declined quietly. Ino gave Naruto an odd look and whispered that he seemed unusually quiet, assuring him that her mother would not be a problem. Naruto kept his gaze on the ground and only grunted in response. Ino gave her mother an apologetic look and then led Naruto upstairs. Miki watched the two of them go with a sad expression, thinking again of the boy she had met once before and how the villagers' treatment had affected him. Meanwhile, Ino sat Naruto on a chair in her room and went to fetch a first aid kit. Ino returned frowning and asked why Naruto had ignored her mother. Naruto lowered his gaze and sighed, explaining that he had not meant to and that he was simply not good with adults. Ino's expression softened. She forgave him this once but warned him that there would be consequences if he ever ignored her mother again. Naruto gulped and laughed nervously, promising it would not happen again. Ino then checked him for wounds. They left the Yamanaka home together, careful to avoid running into Miki. Naruto still disliked the idea of meeting unfamiliar adults. He did not feel that fear toward other ninja, many of whom had treated him fairly. Ino looked at him with sadness at the exhausted look on his face and asked why he trained so hard. Naruto offered a small smile and explained that he was not training just to be promoted. He was training to protect the people he cared about. He wanted to be able to help his friends with his own strength and to be someone they could always rely on rather than depending on something that was not his own power. Ino regarded Naruto in a new light, surprised by his answer and feeling a newfound respect for him. His dream of becoming Hokage did not seem ridiculous anymore. She actually believed that with more experience he could achieve it one day. Naruto told Ino that he had to go and that he was really tired, smiling wearily. Ino smiled and said she would see him later. Naruto offered a foxy grin and mentioned the idea of training together someday. Ino agreed that she would get stronger. Naruto admitted that Ino had been right about his feelings of being a burden on his team and that he wanted to change. He would follow her example and get stronger. Naruto reassured her that she would grow stronger and suggested they train together. Ino warned him to wait and see how much stronger she would be next time they met. Naruto said he would not let that happen without trying himself and that he would get stronger so they could both protect those they cared about. Ino gave him a sweet smile and told him to rest so he could train tomorrow. Naruto chuckled, waved once, and left the store. Ino thought that he would be a good friend. Inoichi stretched as soon as he returned home. It was past midnight after an irritating mission to a nearby village to stop a small gang of thugs who had claimed knowledge of Orochimaru for recognition. It had been a false claim, but the mission had been a bother. He smiled at the thought of coming home to a loving family and was surprised to find Miki still awake. She usually fell asleep soon after Ino. Inoichi asked Miki if anything was wrong while he took off his sandals. Miki admitted she could not sleep and mentioned that Ino had brought a boy home that day. Inoichi was instantly alert and asked who it had been. Miki said it had been Naruto. Inoichi raised a brow in surprise and noted that he thought Ino did not know Naruto well. Miki yawned and said that apparently she did and that Naruto had been a good influence, talking about taking training seriously when he left. Inoichi looked proud and told his wife that he was glad Ino would take training seriously, noting that she had a lot of potential and that he believed she would surpass him one day. Miki grew quiet and asked if he had been right about Naruto, explaining that Naruto seemed afraid of meeting adults and had looked very frightened when he had seen her. Inoichi smiled sadly, lay down beside his wife, and told her not to worry. He said that Ino was now with Naruto and that he believed Ino could help him overcome his fear of strangers. It might be difficult if it was a deep trauma, but Ino would work at it. Miki agreed and suggested that maybe Naruto would help Ino with her own problems. They fell asleep hoping Ino could help fix the harm the village had done. The next morning Naruto woke with a smile. Today would begin his real training and he would take the first step toward the promise he had made to Ino. It felt a little strange to have become such good friends with Ino in a short time, but their similarities had brought them together. He pushed the thought aside, put on clean clothes, ate a light breakfast, and left with a smile. He had made a good friend in Ino and he was determined to grow stronger. It had been 1 week since Naruto's training with Jiraiya had begun. The blonde had improved by leaps and bounds and showed no sign of slowing. Jiraiya, the legendary ninja, felt pride for his student and privately believed Naruto could be the only one capable of surpassing the fourth. Naruto's fear of using the Nine-Tails chakra remained the biggest obstacle. If he would allow himself to use it, he would easily be at a high mid-level ninja rank. Jiraiya had suggested Naruto use that chakra but Naruto refused. Naruto had worked on what he had identified as weaknesses. He had grasped Toad-style hand-to-hand combat after struggling at first when he rushed his attacks. Jiraiya had drilled patience and control into him. Naruto was on his way to mastering the physical techniques, though they would have been even more effective mixed with Nine-Tails chakra. It was unfortunate that Naruto ignored a power that could give him a great advantage. He had already mastered 2 wind chakra control exercises. Naruto had attempted to use the techniques Kakashi had taught him but still had difficulty. Sometimes the techniques lacked the necessary power. Other times he put too much chakra into them and they became hard to control. He was making progress but would need help refining his wind techniques. Naruto had also improved his sealing techniques. It had been hard to get his attention at first, but once he understood the basics he absorbed everything like a sponge. He could now use basic seals for practical tasks such as packing items into scrolls, creating paper explosives for training, and making simple restriction seals. Advanced sealing would take longer, and Jiraiya suspected it would be a challenge for Naruto. Summoning remained the skill he struggled with most. He continued to summon weak toads and had even once produced a tadpole. Jiraiya knew that to help Naruto master summoning, he might need to get the boy to draw on the Nine-Tails chakra. Convincing Naruto would be difficult since he had no plans to use that chakra anytime soon, and Jiraiya worried how Minato would feel if he were still alive. Jiraiya sighed as he considered what Naruto still needed to learn. Training would take time and he had heard that the Akatsuki organization had begun to move. They had not yet captured any tailed beast hosts, but their preparations were underway. Jiraiya would need to make Naruto strong enough to protect himself. Jiraiya needed Naruto's full attention, but he could not stay in one place for long, so he decided to take the boy on an extended training trip. Laughter drifted through the air and Jiraiya smiled, setting aside other thoughts for the moment because there was promising research material to pursue. Naruto walked through the village smiling. Jiraiya had treated him to ramen because his training was progressing well. When Jiraiya had asked if Naruto liked anyone, Naruto had admitted to having a crush on Sakura. Jiraiya had then told him to find her and meet up the following day for training. Naruto had felt embarrassed but had agreed. Now he searched for his teammate wearing his usual practiced grin. He spotted the pink-haired girl in the distance and swallowed. Knowing a direct question would likely get him nowhere, he decided to try to catch her by surprise. He moved quickly to close the gap behind her. Naruto greeted her with his usual cheerfulness. Sakura frowned and told him he should be training, reminding him that he was scheduled to face Neji and that Neji would be a hard opponent. Naruto scoffed that Sasuke could not beat him and insisted that he was in the middle of training. When Sakura asked what kind of training, Naruto hesitated and blushed slightly. Then, seizing the moment, he spun behind her and reached out to startle her. Sakura reacted angrily and struck him, then stomped away in a huff, calling him a pervert. Naruto sat on the ground, rubbing his nose and noticing a small trickle of blood. He muttered that Sakura packed a punch and that he would have to commend Ino for being able to handle her if he saw her next. A voice observed that he should not throw himself at a girl. Naruto looked up to find Ino standing before him and greeted her with a smile. Ino explained that she had just returned from training with teacher Asuma and pointed out that Naruto was bleeding. He waved off her concern, insisting a nosebleed was nothing serious. Ino crossed her arms, and Naruto recognized her look. She reminded him of where they were headed, and he understood. They set off together. Naruto followed Ino reluctantly. She planned to take him to her home to tend to his injury. The two had been spending more time together since making a semi-promise. They had grown closer and shared training tips. Ino often helped patch Naruto up after rough sessions, and although he avoided speaking to her parents out of nervousness, he appreciated her care. Ino had discovered a natural affinity for water and was learning to control chakra for water techniques. Asuma had praised her chakra control and predicted she would master water within a few days. Kurenai had been teaching her genjutsu as well, which Ino picked up quickly. Her chakra reserves were still small but improving with training and stamina. Naruto and Ino met on off days to teach each other new skills. Naruto showed wind chakra basics while Ino introduced water chakra exercises. Progress was slow, but they kept trying. When they arrived at Ino's house, they went to her room. Naruto sat in a familiar chair and ran a hand through his hair, grateful that Ino worried for him despite his reluctance to be a burden. Ino returned from the bathroom carrying a first aid kit and told him to sit while she prepared treatment. Naruto braced himself for the sting of antiseptic. Ino smiled and reassured him that she would get him cleaned up. She set about tending the area around his nose and noticed a scraped patch where the punch had landed. She warned herself not to anger Sakura and commented on how hard she had hit. Naruto winced as Ino applied the stinging antiseptic but chuckled at the reminder that Sakura packed a nasty punch. Ino frowned, wondering why Sakura had lashed out, and promised privately to speak to her if Naruto got hurt again. Naruto protested not to be treated like a child, and Ino laughed softly as she finished patching him up and patted his head in a friendly, sisterly way. Ino smiled, held out her hand, and told Naruto he was something. She offered that he was all done and could leave. Naruto returned the smile, took her hand, and joked that it was kind of her, adding that he still needed to get back to his training. Ino helped him to his feet and the two began to leave the house. Ino looked puzzled and asked why he was not finished with Jiraiya's training by that time of day. Naruto explained that he was done with Jiraiya for the day but had some personal training to do, since he was having trouble with his wind techniques and needed the practice. Ino expressed surprise that he was already working on his jutsu and suggested asking Asuma-sensei for help, noting that Asuma was a wind user. Naruto brightened and urged them to go see Asuma immediately. Ino sighed, called him loud sometimes, but agreed to go see Asuma-sensei, and the two blondes left to meet him. Ino led Naruto to Team 10's training ground, which resembled Team 7's area except for a small hill beside a rocky space that looked well used for sparring. Asuma stood on the training ground with Shikamaru and Choji, He gave the pair an odd look and then walked over to them. Asuma asked why they were there, reminding Ino that her training was over for the day. Ino explained that they had not come for her training, she had already trained a lot, but to ask if Asuma could help Naruto with his wind training. Asuma raised an eyebrow and asked why Naruto would need his help. Ino elbowed Naruto in the ribs to prompt him to speak. Naruto winced, glared at Ino, and pointed out that she should not have signaled him like that. He then poked Ino in the side, making her yelp, and she responded by elbowing him again. Asuma watched the exchange with amusement and was pleased that his student had made a new friend and seemed close to her. He asked what Naruto needed help with. Naruto stopped poking Ino and told Asuma that he was having trouble using his wind jutsu and that Ino thought Asuma might be able to help. Asuma ran a hand through his beard, commented that wind users were rare in Konoha, and asked if Naruto had done the chakra control exercises. Naruto confirmed he had completed the leaf and rock cutting exercises. Asuma inferred that Naruto was having trouble with the power behind his jutsu and agreed to help. He said it might take a few days and instructed Naruto to come whenever he could, adding that Naruto would be training with Team 10 from then on. Ino expressed excitement and teased Naruto that she hoped Asuma could keep up with them. Naruto grinned and boasted that they would be the ones who could not keep up with him, then thanked Asuma for agreeing to help. Asuma told him not to worry and set the first session for the next day at 2 in the afternoon. Naruto accepted, pleased that mastering the jutsu would improve his skills and help him protect his friends. He made a mental note to thank Ino later and felt glad to call her a friend and to have more time with her. The next day, Naruto sat on the ground in front of Asuma as the Jonin explained the concepts of wind chakra. Ino rested against a tree and watched. Shikamaru and Choji had the rest of the day off and left the training ground. Naruto learned that wind chakra was gathered from the surroundings rather than drawn from within like some other elements. When Asuma finished his explanation, he asked which jutsu Naruto was trying to learn. Naruto said he had tried 2 so far, the spiraling wind ball and the wind wave. Asuma noted their usefulness in battle and explained that they were easy to master once the basics were in place. For the spiraling wind ball, Naruto needed to continue molding the chakra after gathering it. For the wind wave, he needed to form a smooth, flowing end rather than a sharp one, as demonstrated in his training. Asuma pointed to a large boulder and instructed Naruto to practice on it while remembering those principles. Naruto stood, focused on the boulder, took a deep breath, and began to mold wind chakra in his hand. A compressed sphere of air formed, wavering but passable. He launched the spiraling wind ball at the rock, running toward it and calling out the technique name as he struck. The compressed wind hit the boulder and burst outward, breaking pieces of the rock and leaving a noticeable hole. Naruto grinned at the clear improvement. Ino cheered and praised Naruto. Asuma nodded in approval but pointed out that Naruto had been holding the ball instead of throwing it. He reminded Naruto that the technique should be released. They moved on to the next exercise. Naruto performed the hand seals, gathered wind chakra again, and executed the wind wave. A large, forceful wave of air shot toward the boulder, impacting it and sending small fragments aside. Asuma praised the execution and clarified that the wind wave was intended to push opponents aside rather than to harm them. Naruto thanked Asuma for the help. Asuma replied that it was no problem but apologized because he had to leave, he had promised to be somewhere, and it was getting late. The high-ranking ninja told them he would see them tomorrow, then disappeared in a puff of smoke with a worried expression. Naruto asked Ino whether the instructor would be all right. Ino smiled and reassured him, suggesting the instructor was probably late for a date with Kurenai. She smirked at Naruto's clothes and told him she had a surprise to reward his hard work. Naruto asked excitedly if that was true. Ino smirked and told him to follow her. She smiled inwardly when Naruto cheered. She had learned his habits well enough to know he would not be thrilled by the surprise. Naruto frowned and asked why they were standing in front of a clothing shop. Ino frowned and deadpanned that he needed clothes that made him look more serious. Naruto protested that there was nothing wrong with his clothes and said he was not sure the store was for him, worried that being turned away in front of Ino would raise questions and force him to explain about the fox. The female ninja told him not to worry and insisted he would like the store, explaining that it had opened a few months ago and carried the best clothes from neighboring villages, and that even the workers there were from other villages. Naruto brightened and asked whether everyone there really came from different villages. When Ino nodded, he agreed to go. Ino took hold of Naruto's sleeve and led him inside. The shop was spacious and busy. Naruto noticed some patrons giving him unfriendly looks, but the workers kept to themselves. A female sales attendant with long brown hair greeted them and offered help if they needed assistance finding clothing. Ino smiled and explained they were looking for ninja clothing for Naruto and asked the attendant to show items that would fit him. The attendant smiled and commented that it was always nice to see young couples shopping together, which made both Naruto and Ino flinch. The attendant then invited them to follow her. She led them to an area with many pieces of ninja gear, some with metal plates and hidden compartments. Naruto's eyes went straight to a lone orange and black jacket. He ran over and lit up with excitement. Ino snapped that they were there to get rid of the orange and to choose other colors. Naruto pouted, crossed his arms, sighed, and agreed to pick something else. The attendant giggled and guided Ino to a different selection while Naruto lingered. Naruto found some clothes he liked that had no orange at all, though he hated the idea of giving up his signature color and knew Ino would scold him if anything showed even a hint of it. Ino held up a purple shirt and pants and declared them perfect, planning to find matching sandals, then noticed Naruto was nowhere nearby and wondered where he had gone. Naruto announced his presence and stepped forward in a new outfit with no trace of orange. He wore dark blue pants with a dagger holster on his right thigh, black ninja sandals, black fingerless gloves with small metal plates reminiscent of his teacher Jiraiya, a long-sleeved black shirt bearing a white spiral on the back, and a black headband instead of his usual blue. Ino thought the change was a welcome improvement. Ino gave Naruto an approving smile and told him he actually looked like a ninja now. Naruto frowned and said that clothes did not make the ninja, then told Ino he would go pay and she could wait outside if she wanted. Ino nodded and stepped outside, letting out a long breath as the sun began to set. It had been a long day, and she was glad it would soon be over. She had enjoyed spending the day with Naruto because she felt she could be herself around him and trust him not to take advantage of her vulnerability. She appreciated having a friend she could rely on. Naruto emerged from the shop looking troubled. Gamma had taken a hard hit during the day's events but would recover, and Naruto hated that his companion had been hurt. He resolved not to let it happen again. Ino asked if he was ready to go. Naruto nodded and offered to walk her home. Ino smiled faintly, declined, and said she needed some time alone. Naruto thanked her sincerely. Ino downplayed it, saying she had only taken him to a shop, but Naruto insisted and thanked her again for everything she had done. He looked at her with genuine warmth, which made her blush and quicken her heartbeat. He told her he would see her later and waved as he headed home. Ino stood frozen for a moment, surprised by Naruto's words. She smiled to herself, thinking how he made it sound as if she had done nothing for him. If only he knew how much he had inspired her. He had pushed her to take training seriously and given her a reason to grow stronger because she did not want to be a burden and wanted to help others. Ino began to object, then smiled toward Naruto's retreating figure and thanked him. Later, Naruto panted and frowned at the waterfall where he trained with Jiraiya. No matter what he did, he still could not summon larger toads. Jiraiya had postponed their regular training until Naruto could summon bigger toads. Naruto felt his chakra draining and gritted his teeth in frustration at his lack of progress. Jiraiya cut him off and, with a serious expression, told him that he was taking Naruto to a place where he could master summoning. Naruto looked at Jiraiya in confusion and wondered why. If Jiraiya truly knew of such a place, he had not brought him there sooner. It did not make much sense, but given that he was dealing with Jiraiya, it did not have to. Naruto asked Jiraiya where the place was. The legendary ninja and teacher Jiraiya grinned and told Naruto that there would be no fun in simply telling him. He motioned for Naruto to follow as he left their training spot. As Jiraiya leapt through the trees, he glanced back and saw Naruto struggling to keep up. Jiraiya sighed at what he was about to do. He knew Minato would never have approved, but it was necessary for Naruto's well-being. There were S-class ninja after the boy, and if Naruto did not learn to control the Nine Tails he would be doomed. Jiraiya shook the thought away when he saw their destination in the distance. Jiraiya dropped down and landed in a small clearing and announced that this was the place. Naruto frowned and said there was nothing special about it. Jiraiya told him to be quiet. Naruto went silent and looked at him in confusion as Jiraiya explained that he had brought Naruto to confront death itself. Without warning, Jiraiya gave Naruto a hard push and the boy went tumbling into a deep chasm. Naruto tried to grab the slick walls, but they offered no purchase. He was out of chakra from his earlier summoning and could not perform any jutsu to stop the fall. Darkness crept into his vision and he finally lost consciousness. Naruto came to in a damp, dim tunnel. Ankle-deep water flowed under a faint brownish glow from the tunnel walls. The place seemed vaguely familiar, but he could not place it. He walked toward a warm sound and found a large cage sealed with an advanced restriction. A massive face formed within the cage, eyes glowing red and a cruel grin on its features. The Nine Tails acknowledged Naruto with a deep, unnerving voice. Naruto recognized the face from his dreams and felt remembered emotions well up, the strongest being a cold, burning rage. The Nine Tails snarled and demanded that Naruto come closer, threatening retribution for being kept trapped. Naruto trembled but stood his ground and told the beast to be quiet, explaining that he needed some chakra or he would die. The Nine Tails lashed out verbally, threatening to kill him for his insolence. Naruto replied that if he died the beast would die with him, warning that the creature would not want that. The Nine Tails hesitated, then offered a grudging portion of its chakra while vowing to take revenge when it had the opportunity and promising that the village would tremble before its power. A surge of red chakra flowed through the cage toward Naruto. He grimaced as the chakra enveloped him. It was raw and corrupting, and it burned with intense heat that made movement and vision difficult. The last image before his vision went black was the Nine Tails' smirking face. Naruto regained consciousness mid-fall, strengthened by the fox's chakra. He bit his right thumb to draw blood and performed the hand signs for a summoning. He focused everything he had and created a massive puff of smoke, landing on something squishy. He looked down and saw the enormous red toad he had summoned, which braced itself against the chasm walls with powerful limbs and halted their descent. The toad demanded to know who had summoned it and called out for Jiraiya, complaining about being brought to a place like this. Naruto announced that he had summoned the creature and introduced himself as Naruto Uzumaki. The chief toad Gamabunta scowled and refused to believe that any child could have summoned him. Naruto insisted, and Gamabunta declared a test. If Naruto could remain on his head until sundown, the toad would accept him as an ally. Naruto accepted the challenge without hesitation and leapt onto Gamabunta's head to prepare. The toad, irritated, launched itself out of the chasm with surprising speed. Naruto screamed as the toad bounded through the air, struggling to stay upright against the wind and the animal's sudden movements. He concentrated chakra in his feet to keep his balance, sweat stinging his eyes as the ride grew more chaotic. Jiraiya watched from above with a smirk. He had known angering Gamabunta would be foolish, but he trusted that the chief toad would honor the promise he had made to the fourth. Jiraiya allowed himself a quiet chuckle when Naruto steadied himself by using a clone, showing resourcefulness that made him valuable to have around. As the sun began to set, the village below looked peaceful except for the sight of a giant toad repeatedly trying to shake a determined boy from its head as it soared and finally landed with a heavy thud. Only Jiraiya remained nearby, watching his student. Naruto was drenched in sweat and had a small smear of blood at the corner of his mouth from when he had slammed into the toad's head. The fox's chakra had faded hours earlier, and Naruto had been forced to use the little chakra he had left. He had been so focused on staying on Gamabunta's head that he had lost all sense of time, driven only by the will to beat the toad. Gamabunta was growing impatient and irritable. The boy had managed to stay atop his head as the sun began to sink. The toad respected the determination he saw in Naruto, but he refused to lose face by simply awarding passage. With one final powerful heave, the toad tried to shake the boy off. Naruto clung to a large wart with everything he had, then felt his grip give and was blasted from the toad's back. Naruto gritted his teeth and gathered the last of his chakra. Gamabunta watched in disbelief. The boy refused to quit. Naruto used a wind-style technique in the opposite direction to propel himself back toward the toad's head. He launched at great speed with the setting sun behind him, his face cast in shadow so only his blonde hair and blue eyes were clearly visible. In that moment, Gamabunta remembered another summoner besides Jiraiya, the fourth Hokage. Naruto vowed he would not fail and slammed headfirst into the toad's head. He stifled a cry of pain as the sun dipped below the horizon. A small, exhausted smile crossed his face. He had passed the test and then he lost consciousness from sheer exhaustion. With no strength left, Naruto fell. Gamabunta intercepted him gently with his tongue and set him on solid ground. The toad acknowledged Naruto's guts and permitted him to summon the toads whenever he needed help, then vanished in a cloud of smoke. Jiraiya walked over to his fallen student and smiled with quiet pride. Naruto had accomplished the challenge through sheer will, and the Sannin had no doubt the boy would surpass him one day. Jiraiya felt eager to begin Naruto's training, but first the boy needed medical attention and rest. Jiraiya would have to leave town for a while, but he planned to return by the time the Chunin exam finals concluded. It had been 2 days since the test with Gamabunta, and Naruto remained asleep. The blow to his head had caused a serious injury, but thanks to the Kyuubi's chakra his condition was stabilizing and his recovery was underway. Naruto had been healed quickly. A few of his friends had heard about his condition and visited him. Ino had been a constant presence because of their close friendship. To Shikamaru's annoyance, she asked everyone what had happened to the blonde and would not stop bringing it up during training. Naruto stirred from sleep and opened his eyes, then shut them again at the brightness of the room. He did not know where he was or how he had gotten there. The last thing he remembered was the test with the chief toad, and he wondered whether he had passed. When he opened his eyes again, white walls and curtains confirmed that he was in a hospital. He felt an itch at his head and reached to scratch, but bandages wrapped it. Then the memory returned. He had passed the test by crashing into the toad. A voice informed him that he was finally awake. Naruto turned and saw Shikamaru leaning against the wall, holding a small basket of fruit. Naruto registered Shikamaru's presence with confusion. He had not expected anyone but the third and Irika to visit him in the hospital. Shikamaru sighed and said it was good that Naruto was awake, explaining that Ino had been worried and had kept pestering everyone with questions. Naruto asked why Ino would be worried, and Shikamaru shook his head, calling Naruto foolish sometimes and offering a small grin while reminding him that they were friends and that Ino had grown very close to him. He added that everyone who knew Naruto was here had visited at least once. Naruto returned a small smirk. The two left the room and walked toward Choji's but stopped when they sensed a surge of hostile intent. Naruto turned toward the source and saw that it came from one of the patient rooms. He glanced at Shikamaru, who nodded in assurance, and the two entered the room. Inside, they found Gaara standing beside Lee's bed, his sand seeping from beneath him and forming subtle patterns on the floor. Something was heading toward Lee. Shikamaru stopped Gaara with his shadow possession jutsu while a Naruto clone moved Lee away from the sand. Naruto, frowning, demanded to know what Gaara was doing. Gaara glared at them and, in a cold voice, insisted he had to prove his existence and that the person who hurt him must die. Shikamaru was panting lightly, sweat trickling down his face, warning that Gaara was too strong and he could not hold him for long. Naruto grinned and prepared his spiraling wind ball jutsu, promising he would knock Gaara down if he escaped. Gaara's expression hardened into something feral as he claimed a demon was sealed within him. Naruto and Shikamaru gasped. Gaara declared that he had been destined to kill since birth and that he proved his existence by killing anyone in his path. Naruto froze, recognizing that Gaara was just like he had once been. Naruto realized that Gaara had a demon inside him too and let his wind ball dissipate. Shikamaru frowned and asked what Naruto was doing. Teacher Guy entered the room and frowned, reminding everyone that this was a hospital. He took Lee from the clone and laid him on the bed, saying that Lee needed rest and they should not fight here. Gaara walked toward the door and vowed that he would kill him later before leaving. Naruto and Shikamaru left the room soon after. They did not want to leave Lee alone but trusted that Guy knew what was best for his student. Naruto remained shaken by the revelation that Gaara was similar to him. Unlike Naruto, Gaara had no one to acknowledge him. Naruto remembered how lonely he had felt and was afraid to imagine the depth of Gaara's pain. He could not believe how much suffering Gaara had endured and knew that if it had not been for the third village leader and Irika, he might have become the same. Shikamaru sighed and complained that it had been too troublesome, then asked what they should do next. Naruto managed a smile and reminded him that they still had to eat the fruit, and they headed off. Naruto muttered a complaint about Jiraiya as he walked through the streets of the Leaf Village. After being discharged from the hospital, he had been looking for teacher Jiraiya, but the teacher was nowhere to be found, and Naruto began to think that Jiraiya might not be in the village anymore. Without Jiraiya, Naruto decided he would train more with Team 10. Naruto changed direction and walked to the Yamanaka flower shop. It was about 2 in the afternoon, so he knew Ino would be working. Spending time with her had taught him her schedule. She worked from noon until 2:30, rested for half an hour, and then trained with her team until the evening. Naruto usually walked her home and they took training breaks together on weekends. He smiled as he approached the shop. Seeing Ino always brightened him. She had become one of his most precious people. Inside, Ino was reading a magazine behind the counter. Naruto walked over and greeted her. Ino looked up in surprise, smiled, and hugged him, asking how he was and why he had been in the hospital, worried that he might not be okay. Naruto blushed at the close contact and nervously said that he felt much better. Ino smiled, then scolded him gently for scaring her and pointed out that his head had been wrapped in bandages. Naruto offered a reassuring grin and reminded her that he still planned to become the village leader someday. Ino asked what had brought him to the shop, and Naruto explained that teacher Jiraiya had apparently left town and he wanted to train more with her team. Ino welcomed the idea and said teacher Asuma would not have a problem with it. Teacher Asuma appeared and said he had a problem, worrying that if Naruto trained with them all the time the trainees might get distracted. After the surprised looks from Naruto and Ino, he relented and allowed Naruto to train with them. Naruto and Ino cheered. Asuma smiled inwardly. He had grown fond of the two and was glad they made each other happier and more serious about their training. Asuma called Naruto over and presented a new exercise. He handed Naruto a small combat knife and explained that these knives could be infused with wind chakra to extend their reach and power. He asked Naruto to infuse the knife with chakra and promised that if Naruto impressed him, he could keep it. Naruto was excited and volunteered that he would learn quickly. He walked to the nearby river and removed his shirt to avoid getting it wet. Asuma looked puzzled for a moment, and Naruto explained that teacher Jiraiya had taught him how to dispel genjutsu and to incorporate chakra into objects. He planned to use the same method on the knife and then shape the chakra as he had with the leaf and rock exercises. Asuma smiled. Naruto had understood the concept. Ino watched with a smile. She had noticed that Naruto often hid his true capabilities, and she suspected that if he committed fully he would outclass many of them. Encouraging Naruto to show more of himself had become important to her, and she felt pleased by his progress. Shikamaru sighed and told Ino to stop staring at Naruto. Ino blushed and protested that she had only been lost in thought. Shikamaru thought that the blondes were troublesome and loud, and he tried to push those thoughts away. Worrying about what Ino and Naruto felt was too troublesome. He had enough to think about, including facing a blonde opponent in the mid-level ninja exams. A week passed, and things could not have been better for Naruto. He had grown close to the Ino Shikacho trio. Naruto was often found eating with Choji after training. Shikamaru and Naruto had developed a good friendship through their shogi matches, in which Shikamaru, much to his annoyance, actually had to try because he viewed Naruto as a worthy opponent. Naruto and Ino had grown even closer and spent most of their free time together. The whiskered blonde still chased after Sakura, but his attempts had greatly lessened. He learned to infuse wind chakra into Asuma's knife in 3 days thanks to the help of his clones and his growing control of chakra. Asuma was impressed and gave Naruto the knife and taught him how to use it in battle. Naruto had also mastered all the jutsu Kakashi had taught him, though he still expended a lot of chakra when performing them. He was pleased with his progress and believed he had a real chance of beating Niji. Only one day remained until the Chunin exam finals. Naruto walked through town with his usual obliviousness to those around him. He had been told to rest, since the finals were the following day, and most of his friends were busy. Ino would be working, Choji was at home, Shikamaru spent his day watching clouds, and Sakura was nowhere to be found. The blonde sighed. Days like this were boring. With nothing else to do, Naruto decided to visit Ino and see if he could help. He helped around the flower shop from time to time, and Ino greatly appreciated it. He had run into Ino's mother often and was getting better at talking to her. The woman was kind and treated him like a person. Thinking about his old treatment, Naruto couldn't help but think of Gaara. They had both known loneliness and cold glares. Naruto had been lucky to meet people who acknowledged him while Gaara had nobody. Gaara had been left in that dark place, while Naruto had been taken away from it. Naruto knew that Gaara was strong because he had endured so much of his life alone. He dismissed those thoughts as he approached the Yamanaka flower shop. He entered with a grin. Something about the shop always put him at ease, whether it was spending time with his friend or the scent of the flowers. Ino greeted Naruto with a smile and asked what he was doing there. Naruto returned the smile and said he was bored and had thought to visit. Ino mentioned there were some seed bags that needed to be moved and asked why he would spend his time helping her. Naruto insisted he was not wasting time and walked over to the bags, saying he was glad to help. Ino thanked him and promised to make it up to him someday. She asked if he was nervous about tomorrow, reminding him that he was up against a genius. Naruto puffed out a breath and said he would not be beaten by Neji. He had been working hard all month and did not intend to let Neji stop him. Ino laughed and told him not to worry, saying she would be cheering for him and that her support always helped. Naruto said it would be nice to have someone rooting for him and that everyone expected Neji to win, but he intended to prove them wrong. Ino smiled and expressed her confidence in him. Naruto thanked Ino. He looked at her with gratitude, and his eyes shone. Ino felt a warm, uncertain feeling and a blush rose to her cheeks. She did not yet understand this feeling, but it felt comforting, like safety, and she knew she would learn more in time. Neji, Shino, Kankuro, Temari, Shikamaru, Gaara, and Naruto stood in the fighting area of the large stadium for the Chunin exam finals. Naruto worried that Sasuke had not arrived. Gunma, the proctor, had delayed the start a few minutes to give Sasuke more time, but the Uchiha still had not shown. Gunma spoke with the Hokage on a balcony overlooking the arena, then returned to the fight area and announced that they would move on to the first match. He instructed everyone except Neji Hyuga and Naruto Uzumaki to leave the area. The other genin left, leaving a confident Naruto and a smug Neji. Neji looked at Naruto with disdain, convinced that Naruto's earlier victory had been a fluke and that it was destined for Naruto to lose. Neji asked Naruto to give up now, insisting that people like Naruto were fated to lose against him. Naruto smiled and said he would not lose. He had a dream to accomplish and would not be stopped. He shifted into his toad-style taijutsu stance and told Neji that he would show him fate could be challenged. Gunma announced that the finals were beginning and asked if they were ready. Both genin nodded, and Gunma signaled them to begin. Naruto charged at Neji with his confident smirk. He threw a punch that Neji easily blocked, and Neji countered with a strike of his own. Naruto blocked and threw another. The two traded a rapid exchange of punches and kicks, each blocking the other's moves. The crowd watched with rising excitement as Naruto held his own against a Hyuga. Neji wondered how Naruto could match him in taijutsu. He was convinced it was his fate to win. Naruto delivered a clumsy kick that Neji intercepted, then Neji moved an open palm toward Naruto. Naruto crouched under the strike, leapt, and landed a headbutt to Neji's jaw. Neji was knocked back, and Naruto followed with a punch to Neji's stomach. Neji recovered enough to strike Naruto's left shoulder and then jumped away, glaring. He could not believe that a no-name was able to match him in taijutsu. Naruto's style was not better so much as it was unpredictable. The blonde moved with a light hop and launched unorthodox attacks, even a headbutt. Naruto smirked and declared that he had expected Neji to be stronger, adding that beating him would be a walk in the park. Neji glared and called him a fool, insisting that he had already won their exchange of taijutsu and telling Naruto to look at his hands. Naruto looked down in confusion and found small abrasions on his skin and reacted with surprise. Neji explained that the Hyuga channeled chakra with each strike and could target chakra points with the help of the Byakugan. Naruto frowned and argued that did not guarantee a victory. Neji activated his Byakugan, veins appearing around his eye as his pupil narrowed. Naruto charged again and his punch was blocked. He hopped aside and tried another strike, but it was knocked away. Neji smirked and struck Naruto in the chest with a powerful palm that sent him sailing through the air before he hit the ground with a harsh thud. Neji declared that fate had already deemed him the victor and that no amount of determination would change it. Naruto spat out a rough breath, clutched his chest, and slowly rose, insisting through gritted determination that one lucky blow did not decide anything and that he would prove fate could be changed. Neji called him a fool and Naruto, bristling with pride, charged again. He threw punch after punch, closing in on Neji's defenses. Neji tightened his stance and gathered chakra, then activated his rotation technique. He spun, releasing chakra in a defensive whirl that struck Naruto repeatedly and sent him tumbling away. Naruto lay on the ground, wincing and struggling to rise. Neji ordered him to give up, but Naruto smirked, rose, and said he still had many tricks left to show. Neji deactivated his Byakugan with a confident smirk and announced that he would not use it and would still prevail. Naruto resolved to prove him wrong. In the stands, Ino watched Naruto's match from beside Sakura and Choji, with Tenten sitting in front of them. Tenten had argued that Naruto could not beat Neji, and Ino had defended him, surprising Sakura by insisting Naruto would win. Ino had also told Naruto she would show him how much she had improved after his matches. She wore her shinobi outfit and wore a worried expression. Naruto was taking heavy hits while Neji had barely been touched. She believed he could win but made a mental note to scold him for getting hurt. Ino disliked seeing people hurt, which was why she preferred techniques that restricted rather than harmed. Seeing Naruto battered made her heart ache. She cared for him as a friend and hoped the match would end soon. Tenten argued that Neji was a Hyuga prodigy and that it was no surprise the blonde was getting beaten. Ino bristled and insisted Naruto would win and never went back on his word. Choji agreed, recalling how hard Naruto had trained with their team, which surprised Sakura. Choji explained that Naruto had trained intensely and that, after all he had done, he would not lose. Ino nodded and smiled, quietly confident. Naruto moved into hand signs and called on wind chakra to form a powerful technique. He created a concentrated gust that blew away dirt and debris. The attack struck Neji with full force and knocked him against the wall. Neji staggered, gasping for air, and fell to the floor. He rose slowly and found two clones racing toward him. He sidestepped, struck them on the chest to dispel them, and steadied himself. Naruto stood before Neji with a small smirk and taunted whether Neji's proud lineage had seen that coming. Neji acknowledged that the attack had succeeded because of his own mistake and vowed it would not happen again. Naruto tossed a few kunai, and Neji used his own kunai to block before charging. He felt an unusual weight that slowed his movement but pushed the sensation aside. Neji threw a palm at Naruto, who jumped away and unleashed a flurry of shuriken. Neji blocked them with a single kunai and leapt after him. Neji felt as though he was running slower, but he kept his focus. He struck an open palm to Naruto's chest and watched the blonde land hard on the ground, believing he had hit a decisive point. To Neji's shock, the figure he had struck dissipated into a puff of smoke. He activated his Byakugan and scanned the field, his eyes widening at the sight of hundreds of distinct chakra signatures belonging to Naruto across the arena. Naruto then launched himself and hundreds of clones from the ground in a coordinated assault. The clones charged in unison, and Neji braced himself as their numbers swelled. He employed his rotation defense and dispelled many clones, but their sheer volume pressed against his dome, and he feared they might overwhelm even his ultimate defense. The Hokage watched and smiled, recognizing how much Naruto had improved. The blonde had conceived a clever plan and executed it with precision. Naruto was learning how to be a great ninja, and the third Hokage had no doubt that the blonde would go far. The Kazekage remarked that the boy was impressive and full of surprises, and the Hokage agreed that he would grow into a powerful ninja. Ino cheered loudly for Naruto to win, blushing when some nearby people glanced at her. Sakura told Ino to calm down with a puzzled expression. Neji panted as he sustained his attack. The 8 trigrams palm rotation required a considerable amount of chakra, and his reserves were dropping, the defensive dome would fall any second. He suspected that Naruto's chakra was also draining. No one should be able to keep using so many shadow clones without consequence. Naruto watched his clones assault the dome and summoned another 10, directing them to keep attacking. His chakra was falling as expected. It was part of his plan. All he had to do was wait for Niji's attack to wane and then execute the final stage. Naruto grinned as the dome wavered slightly, thinking it was almost time. Niji's rotation finally stopped and a swarm of clones lunged at him. Niji unleashed 8 trigrams 64 palms, striking at the clones with barely visible, lightning-fast blows. He dismantled them all and glared at Naruto, determined to finish the match. Naruto smirked and the two ninjas charged at each other. Naruto threw a punch that Niji easily blocked. Niji countered with an open palm, but Naruto leapt away. The blonde threw a couple of kunai, which Niji evaded, then formed hand seals and used wind style, devastation, sending a powerful gust that knocked Niji against a tree. Naruto grinned, believing he had the advantage. Niji looked up to see a swarm of kunai and quickly defended himself before rushing at Naruto's clones. He struck one clone in the chest, dodged a punch, hit another on the face, and struck another in the stomach. Niji avoided a kick and countered with an open palm. Ino bit her lip as she watched the fight. Naruto's clones were struggling to harm Niji, they only seemed to stall him. She had no idea why Naruto kept spending chakra on clones, but she trusted that he must have a plan and urged him silently. Tenten smirked as she observed clone after clone disappear at Niji's hands. She felt sorry for Naruto. He was giving his all, but his attacks only delayed Niji rather than injuring him. Niji panted as he finished off the last clone, irritated by how annoying and ineffective they had been. He ran at the real Naruto and unleashed 8 trigrams 64 palms again. Naruto could do nothing as each strike landed. Niji's smirk returned, and Naruto collapsed to the ground. Niji declared the match over and insisted that fate could never be changed. The ground trembled, and Naruto vanished in a cloud of smoke. Niji's eyes widened when 2 figures shot up from the ground. One clone formed a ball of wind while the other grabbed Naruto's arm and hurled him forward. Naruto charged and released a spiraling wind ball that struck Niji in the chest. The shock sent Niji crashing into a wall, and he was rendered unconscious. Naruto panted as he watched Niji's limp form, then broke into a triumphant laugh and raised an arm. Genma announced Naruto Uzumaki as the winner while a couple of medical ninja carried Niji away. Naruto cheered as he left the arena, waving to the crowd. The spectators applauded the spirited match. Ino celebrated, Choji cheered, and Tenten stared in disbelief, wondering how Niji could have lost. Shikamaru complimented Naruto's plan with a smirk. Shino asked what plan Shikamaru was referring to. Shikamaru explained that Naruto had hidden several clones around the arena to throw weaker versions of wind style, devastation. Because the attacks were subtle, Niji had not noticed them, but they had been striking him constantly, which explained why he had appeared slower whenever he ran. Shino nodded in understanding and agreed that it had been a clever tactic. Genma announced that, because Sasuke Uchiha had not appeared, the remaining matches would continue. Shikamaru groaned at the thought of his match being moved up. He already found the whole event troublesome. Genma called for Shino and Kankuro to come down. Shino prepared to go, while Kankuro stood still and declared that he forfeited the match. The crowd booed the Sand Ninja. Temari smirked and jumped down into the arena, holding her fan and looking toward the proctor. When Genma asked what was happening, Temari indicated that it was her turn and glanced at Shikamaru. Genma shook his head and called for Shikamaru to come down. Shikamaru thought the situation was absurd and complained to himself about being forced to fight. Naruto saw Shikamaru's lazy expression and pushed him off the railing, telling him to go out and fight. Shikamaru landed on his back and groaned, wishing he could just stare at the clouds instead of fighting a girl. Temari glared at Shikamaru, annoyed that he lay there uninterested in engaging her. The crowd began to jeer, but Shikamaru remained indifferent. When Temari raised her fan and charged in frustration, she was surprised to find Shikamaru no longer where she expected. She soon found him calmly leaning against a tree with his hands in his pockets. Shikamaru told her that if she was so eager to fight, then they could begin. He took out some kunai and threw them at the girl. Temari used her fan to blow the kunai away but frowned when she saw that Shikamaru had disappeared again. She asked where he was. Asuma watched his student with a smirk while Kurenai sat next to him, worry on her face. Asuma reassured Kurenai that Shikamaru might not look it but he was a genius. Kurenai responded that she had seen his test scores and they had been almost as bad as Naruto's. Asuma shook his head and warned her not to be fooled by appearances. He explained that Shikamaru and Naruto were far smarter than they let on, that Shikamaru had done poorly on tests because he found the effort troublesome, and that Naruto had cared more about attention than academics. Asuma added that Naruto had recently begun taking training seriously and that his motivation had pushed the others to train harder as well. He noted that Choji had been there sometimes but had to return to the hospital after a few hours. Kurenai looked at Shikamaru in a new light as Asuma compared Shikamaru's match tactics to a game of shogi, saying that Shikamaru used strategy and positioning to leave opponents with no choice but to concede. Asuma admitted he had never beaten Shikamaru at shogi and believed Shikamaru would win this match with his mind alone. Shikamaru rested against a tree near the wall of the fight area, staying in the shadows to think. He considered ways to defeat the blonde and groaned at the sound of her swinging her fan. She was too troublesome. He told himself it might as well be over. Temari muttered in frustration as she swung her fan, using wind jutsu around the arena to flush Shikamaru out. She prepared to strike again but jumped back when a shadow approached. Shikamaru emerged from the darkness. She noted that his shadow could not reach her past 10 meters. Shikamaru admitted that it was troublesome but that he would fight seriously. He threw 2 kunai at her, which she easily blew away. Temari watched in confusion. She expected more than random throws from him. She created a huge gust of wind with her fan that knocked Shikamaru back a few feet. She prepared another attack but leapt away when a shadow crossed its 10-meter limit and chased her. She realized that Shikamaru had used a kunai as a parachute to create extra shadows. She kept moving until the shadow stopped and then found she could not move. Panic rose as she looked around and saw she was trapped between 2 trees, her arms wrapped in strong wire. She wondered how he had done it. Shikamaru explained that he had not been staring at clouds while lying there. He had been planning a way to win with minimal effort. When she had charged and he had leapt away, he had thrown kunai with ninja wire at the 2 trees. He pointed out that as the match progressed he had added more wire. All the kunai throws and shadow possession had been decoys while he set the real trap. Temari struggled and demanded to know why he had done it. Shikamaru walked toward her with a kunai in hand and then applied it lightly against her collarbone to signal the end of the match. He declared checkmate. Genma grinned in approval and declared Shikamaru Nara the winner. The crowd cheered as Shikamaru calmly returned to the small balcony where contestants waited. He had considered giving up but had remembered the training his team and Naruto had endured. Naruto's renewed seriousness had pushed him a little harder, and Ino's training zeal had also forced him to make more effort. Those annoyances would be the death of him in the best way, he thought. Ino cheered for Shikamaru with a smile. Choji could hardly believe his eyes. His teammate had persevered and won. He had expected Shikamaru to give up or feign unconsciousness, but instead Shikamaru had triumphed. Sakura smiled and commented that it had been a great match. Choji admitted he had not expected the outcome and had assumed Shikamaru would quit. Ino observed that Shikamaru seemed to be taking becoming a ninja more seriously. Sakura then announced that Sasuke's match was up next, and everyone grew excited. Choji said he hoped it would live up to expectations. Ino wondered if it would be as good as Naruto's. Sakura insisted that Sasuke would easily outperform Naruto, calling Naruto foolish. Ino scolded Sakura for belittling Naruto in front of her. Sakura snapped back with a glare, and the air grew tense as the 2 girls glared at each other. Choji wished he were not in the middle of it all. Naruto called out encouragement to Shikamaru once Shikamaru returned to the balcony. Shikamaru sighed and leaned on the railing. Shikamaru thought he should have forfeited the match. It would have been less troublesome. Naruto chuckled that forfeiting would have meant being chewed out by Ino. Shikamaru nodded and agreed that nothing was more troublesome than dealing with an angry woman. Genma announced that Sasuke Uchiha would be given 5 minutes to arrive and would be disqualified if he did not appear. Shikamaru asked if Sasuke would show. Shino replied in his usual emotionless tone that perhaps it had been wise for Sasuke not to show. Naruto shook his head and insisted that Sasuke would be there. He was not the kind to run from a challenge. Choji frowned and asked why Sasuke was taking so long. Sakura said sadly that he had to come. Ino whispered to Choji that he was an idiot and did not need to make Sakura sadder by stating the obvious. Lee and Guy arrived together, Lee on a pair of crutches, and Sakura and Ino greeted Lee with smiles. Choji reported that Sasuke had not arrived yet. Lee said he had been hoping to see how much Sasuke had improved. Sakura smiled and said Sasuke would come. Ino, excited, told Lee that he should have seen Naruto's match because Naruto had completely dominated his opponent. Choji kept quiet and thought that the match had actually been close. He did not want to upset Ino as he dug into his last bag of chips. Genma declared that the 5 minutes had passed and that Sasuke would be disqualified, but his announcement was cut off by a sudden whirlwind. When the dust settled, Kakashi and Sasuke stood there. Sasuke wore a darker version of his usual clothes, and Kakashi had a hand on his book and the other on his pocket. Kakashi said they hoped they were not too late. Genma replied that they were just in time. Naruto called down from the balcony, pleased that Sasuke had made it. Sasuke smirked that he would not have missed it and asked whether Naruto had won his match. Naruto said he had, then added that Sasuke had better win his so that Naruto could fight him later. Sasuke returned the smirk and turned to face Gaara. Gaara looked at Sasuke with no emotion before jumping down into the fight area. Naruto told Shikamaru that it would be a hard fight. Shikamaru, frowning, pressed Naruto for an explanation, noting how wary Naruto had been of Gaara since the hospital incident. Naruto sighed and admitted that Gaara had not been lying. Naruto believed Gaara truly had a demon sealed inside him. Shikamaru, shocked, asked how Naruto could be sure. Naruto looked at the ground and frowned, unable to say that he knew because he had experienced something similar himself. He weighed the risk of revealing his deepest secret and potentially losing a friend. Naruto was not emotionally stable. The mask he wore around people was proof of that. Growing up alone and being ignored had made him cling to any kind of relationship. He did not care if others thought him an idiot so long as his existence was acknowledged. It was no surprise he panicked when Shikamaru pressed him about Gaara. Shikamaru watched Naruto with a questioning look and sensed an internal battle. He had always been observant and had noticed the way others gave Naruto cold looks, which left Naruto with a sad expression. Seeing that same look now, Shikamaru put 2 and 2 together and suspected that the way people treated Naruto related to Gaara's comment at the hospital. Shikamaru asked again how Naruto knew Gaara had a demon inside. Naruto clenched his left fist and then relaxed it, insisting it was just a feeling while forcing a smile over a look of pain. Shikamaru nearly called him a liar, but, seeing the desperation in Naruto's eyes, he sighed and asked what Naruto planned to do about Gaara. Naruto admitted he was unsure and said they should watch how Sasuke performed. If things went badly, he would enter the fight. Shikamaru warned that Naruto would be disqualified for interrupting a match. Naruto acknowledged that but said he wanted to fight Sasuke himself and could not stand by if Sasuke was in danger. Shikamaru agreed that he would help if the situation required it. Shino, speaking from behind Naruto, warned them to watch their backs. Naruto jumped and yelped at Shino for appearing behind him. Shikamaru asked what Shino meant. Shino explained that he had overheard the sand shinobi talking about a plan and that his bugs had detected small spikes of chakra around the village outskirts that disappeared before they could be traced, which suggested whatever was being planned was significant. Shikamaru groaned that he should not have gotten out of bed. Naruto asked whether they should tell the Hokage. Shino hesitated and noted the presence of several Umbu in the crowd, which likely meant the Hokage was already aware. Naruto said he would still confirm, feeling better if he knew for sure. He told the others to stick close to the Sand Ninja in case they tried anything. When Shikamaru asked about Gaara, Naruto suggested letting Sasuke fight him for a while and grinned that Sasuke was more than capable of holding Gaara back. Sasuke stared at Gaara with a frown. Kakashi had helped Sasuke increase his speed and master Lee's taijutsu style. The Jonin had even taught him a move that would be of great help against the Sand Ninja. Not to mention the aid his Sharingan would give him in the fight. The Uchiha knew that he would win and smirked. Genma asked if they were ready, received nods from the two genin, and signaled them to begin. Sasuke activated his Sharingan and launched at Gaara with inhuman speed. Gaara stood where he was and calmly unleashed his sand. Sasuke feinted a punch, drawing Gaara's sand into defense, and then vanished in a blur of motion to appear behind him. Gaara lashed out with sand, but the Sharingan read the move. Sasuke ducked to the right to avoid the blast and landed a punch on Gaara's jaw. The redhead sailed through the air and hit the ground hard. Gaara rose and glared at Sasuke. Sasuke taunted that the Sand Ninja was no match for him. Gaara hissed a death threat in return. Sasuke answered by running at him again. Gaara tried to use sand to strike, but Sasuke was far too fast. Sasuke watched the sand pursue him and smirked, running circles around Gaara before closing in and delivering another blow that sent the Sand Ninja flying. Sasuke felt the strain in his lungs. To sustain that speed, he had to constantly reinforce his leg muscles with chakra, which kept him limited to taijutsu while moving that fast. Gaara's sand rose to envelope him, forming a dome. Sasuke threw kunai, but they bounced harmlessly off the dense sand. As expected, the dome was as strong as steel. The only way to end the match now was to use the new jutsu Kakashi had taught him. Sasuke sprinted to the top of the arena wall and gathered chakra into his left hand. He glanced at Gaara and noticed what looked like an eye forming atop the sand dome. Whatever Gaara planned had to be stopped before it finished. The sound of chirping birds reached Sasuke, and he grinned, knowing the match was nearly over. Guy turned to the masked Jonin in shock and demanded confirmation that Kakashi had taught Sasuke that jutsu. Kakashi admitted that he had taught it, explaining that Sasuke was much like him apart from the Sharingan and that Sasuke knew the technique's restrictions and could handle it. Sasuke thought to himself that everything was ready and then launched himself at Gaara. Waves of sand shot out from the dome, but the Sharingan tracked each motion. Sasuke weaved through the oncoming blasts, dodging a shot to the left and spinning to avoid a sweeping wall of sand. The sand recoiled toward Gaara, buying Sasuke the seconds he needed. Sasuke unleashed the Chidori, driving the attack through the dome. From inside the sand, Gaara felt a sudden, sharp, unfamiliar sensation that made him clutch at his shoulder and cry out in panic. The dome of sand fractured and crumbled. The Uchiha noticed the surprise in Gaara's eyes but pressed the advantage, confident he would win the match. Naruto raced through the arena halls, intending to warn the Hokage that the Sand Ninja were planning something. He refused to let outsiders endanger his friends. He emerged near the Hokage's balcony and heard the scream, seeing Gaara clutch his head in the fight area. Naruto judged that this would not be Gaara's end and that Sasuke had done well. He planned to jump in to help after speaking to the Hokage. Feathers floated in the air around him, and he wondered what was happening. Temari announced in disbelief that Gaara was hurt and noted that many people had been put to sleep. She instructed her brother that they needed to get Gaara back to his position. Kankuro agreed that it would be bad to have him transform in the arena. Both prepared to jump down to the fight area to reach Gaara but found they could not move. Shikamaru smirked and reported that his shadow possession had succeeded. The siblings growled at the shadow user, and before they could react they were subdued by Shino, who had anticipated their move and covered it with a plan. The two genin watched enemy ninja pour out of the stands to attack the Leaf Shinobi. Battles erupted throughout the spectator areas. The attackers bore sand and sound headbands, confirming that the situation was worse than Shino had feared. Shino remarked that his earlier assessment seemed correct and expressed hope that Naruto had reached the Hokage. Shikamaru, with a smirk, reassured him that Naruto would get there and shifted their focus to planning. Charging blindly would be unwise. Shikamaru reasoned that frontal attacks are often distractions and that the real threat would be a concealed ace. They needed to find and neutralize that secret weapon. Shino asked what that secret weapon might be. Shikamaru glanced at Gaara and suggested that he had an idea. Gaara continued to clutch his head in pain. His mother was angry at him for failing to kill the Uchiha. Her screams filled the room, and Gaara tried to reason with her to no avail. He believed that only the Uchiha's death would make her stop, and he clung to that desperate certainty. Baki appeared beside him and told Gaara to calm down and focus on the mission. Genma frowned and ordered that no one leave their positions. Baki urged Gaara to withdraw while he handled the man they faced. Genma then turned to Sasuke with a serious expression and instructed him to make sure Gaara left the village, warning that Gaara might be used for something big. Sasuke asked about his match with a scowl, and Genma cancelled the exams, saying the village needed him now. Sasuke reluctantly agreed and called to Gaara that they should finish their match somewhere else. Gaara hissed as he watched Sasuke leave the arena. He felt he could not walk away. His mother wanted the Uchiha's blood and he was determined to give it to her. If he killed the Uchiha, his mother's rage would stop and the pain she inflicted on him might end. He would prove his existence with that death. He demanded that Sasuke return and ran after him. Ino felt inexplicably tired while watching Sasuke's match. Her eyelids drooped until a hand on her shoulder snapped her awake. Kakashi told her she had been caught in a genjutsu and removed it, then placed a hand on Choji and instructed him to wake. Choji came to in confusion. Kakashi got their attention and instructed Choji to stay behind and protect the villagers. Ino reacted with fear when Kakashi explained that a battle was underway. Kakashi then performed a summoning technique and a small white dog with a leaf headband appeared. The dog introduced himself as Pakin and identified himself as a ninja hound. Kakashi told the dog to search for the scent of sand moving away from the village and told Ino to find Naruto and have him follow the dog. The dog would lead them to Sasuke. Ino nodded and left with Pakin. Sakura entered the participants' balcony and called for Shikamaru. Shikamaru asked what was wrong and noticed the dog beside Sakura, asking whose dog it was. Pakin identified himself again and offered assistance. Sakura said in panic that Kakashi had told her to get Shikamaru and the others to go after Sasuke to help him. Shino asked how they would find Sasuke, and Pakin replied that he already had Sasuke's scent and they should follow him. Shikamaru groaned at the sudden orders, considered staying behind, but acknowledged the village needed him and joined the others as they leapt from the arena. Naruto felt a burning sensation on his left wrist and lifted his glove to see a small seal flash red before returning to black. He spiked his chakra and watched the surrounding feather-like effects dissipate, thinking to himself that he owed Jiraiya-sensei for placing that seal. An explosion on the roof of the Hokage's balcony made his eyes widen and his fists clench. The third Hokage was one of his precious people and he would not let anyone hurt him. Naruto watched a group of Anbu move toward the Hokage. 4 enemy figures disguised as Anbu attacked, but a single true Anbu in a white cloak charged at them. Naruto watched in awe as the lone Anbu dispatched the 4 attackers with quick, precise moves. Smoke from the explosion clouded the area, and Naruto saw a person leap out of one of the downed attackers toward the Hokage. Other shadowy figures began moving from the fallen attackers in the same direction. Naruto formed a plan and summoned a single clone, then instructed the clone to throw him up as hard as possible. The clone complied and launched Naruto toward one of the approaching figures. In midair, Naruto targeted an overweight ninja with an orange mohawk wearing an outfit reminiscent of Orochimaru's. He prepared to strike. The sound ninja felt a hard impact in his midsection and was sent stumbling. Before he could recover, he received a follow-up kick that sent him crashing into the arena floor. Naruto landed and pursued the ninja to demand answers about the attack on the Hokage. The ninja rose slowly and glared, accusing Naruto of attacking him. Naruto responded fiercely that he would not tolerate threats to those he cared for and that he would stop anyone who endangered them. The ninja declared that he did not care about Naruto's attachments and that his mission would not be ruined, identifying himself as Jirobo and declaring his intent to kill Naruto. Naruto introduced himself as Naruto Uzumaki, future Hokage of the Leaf Village, and stood ready. Sasuke panted as he ran through the woods outside Konoha. He wanted a proper fight with Gaara but knew that battling near the village would only cause distractions. He intended this to be a one-on-one confrontation, the perfect way to resolve his match with the Sand Ninja. His training with Kakashi had changed him, and Sasuke believed Gaara would pose no threat. Sasuke landed in a large clearing and smirked as Gaara appeared in front of him. Sasuke announced that they would settle their match there. Gaara returned the glare and threatened to kill him with psychotic intensity. Sasuke's Sharingan awakened as he asserted that Gaara was no match for an Uchiha. Orochimaru growled as he stood across from his old sensei. The blonde boy had spoiled his plans. The snake Sannin had orchestrated the attack to get close to Sasuke and to strike a hard blow against the village. He had intended to take the Hokage by surprise, but now he was forced to withdraw before things escalated. He watched the fights around the arena and smirked when several Sand ninja fell amid the chaos. He could not believe how easy their anger had been to provoke. His eyes narrowed when he catalogued Jirobo among the combatants. The snake Sannin resolved to make him regret any lapse in caution. He turned to the 3 members of the Sound Four standing by his side and ordered them to eliminate the blonde boy and then withdraw if things became dangerous. The 3 bowed and left immediately. An ANBU in a white cloak approached the 3rd Hokage with concern, and the ANBU reassured him that they would find help for Naruto. Sarutobi accepted that he could do little more than remain to guide his people when the battle was over. The ANBU melted away into the trees to carry out the order. Orochimaru let out an amused chuckle at the attention of the ANBU and taunted Sarutobi with a remark about their focus on him. Sarutobi warned that Orochimaru would die there. Orochimaru dismissed the warning, then transformed into a pile of mud and disappeared into the ground. The 3rd Hokage ordered his forces to find him quickly. Some ANBU gave chase while others remained to protect the Hokage. Naruto kept his distance from Jirobo, relying on long-range wind techniques that struggled against Jirobo's bulk and earth-based attacks. Naruto attempted a wind-style wind wave, which struck Jirobo but did little damage, and he cursed his lack of effect. Jirobo hurled a large boulder, and Naruto dodged, only to be struck from behind and knocked to the ground as a web-like attack shot toward him. Naruto looked up to see additional Sound Ninja converging, and his jaw tightened. For Sound Ninja now confronted him. A red-haired Kunoichi taunted Naruto about his difficulty, and Jirobo objected to the insult. A blue-haired member of the group observed that Naruto had ruined Orochimaru's plans and had dodged an attack from Kidamaru, although the blue-haired fighter implied that such a dodge was not particularly difficult. Kidamaru snapped at the remark. The red-haired Kunoichi continued to taunt Jirobo, calling him names. Kidamaru prepared to attack. Naruto unleashed a wind-style devastation, blowing a powerful gust from his mouth. The gust struck Kidamaru, knocking him against a wall, while the others either evaded or braced themselves. The red-haired Kunoichi hissed in response to Naruto's audacity. A secondary voice and head-like presence emerged from Sakon's back, and Sakon expressed eagerness to have some fun with Naruto. Naruto searched for the 4th member and realized he had overlooked Jirobo. Jirobo burst from the ground, and the earth under Naruto gave way. Jirobo's punch sent Naruto flying into the arena wall. Naruto crashed down, vision spinning, struggling to rise as the others joined the assault. Kidamaru, furious for having been caught off guard, swore retribution and charged while nursing a heavy injury to his face. Naruto rose slowly and executed wind-style air bullets, forming several balls of compressed air and launching them by placing a hand over his mouth. The strikes hit Kidamaru, one knocking him unconscious, and Naruto allowed himself a brief grin at the temporary success, aware that the remaining opponents would not repeat that mistake. The ground trembled beneath Naruto, and he remembered another threat. He leapt to avoid an attack but still felt a heavy blow to the head and cried out in pain as he hit the ground. He regained his footing and was reminded that Jirobo continued to press the fight. A heavy strike sent Naruto crashing into a tree. Sakon mocked him as Naruto struggled to stand. Naruto's head throbbed and a smear marked the right side of his face. He produced a single kunai and fumbled to point it at Jirobo. Jirobo taunted Naruto about the uselessness of a small knife, confident that such a weapon could not harm him. Naruto threw the kunai, formed 2 hand signs midair, and then used wind-style gale palm to accelerate it. The strengthened kunai surprised Jirobo and struck his right arm. He cursed in anger and swore he would kill them. Taiyuya smirked and remarked with amusement that he deserved it. Naruto slipped into his taijutsu stance and sized up his opponents. From the way they spoke to one another, he assumed they were stronger than Jirobo. He did not know how he would fare against Jirobo since he had only taken down Kidamaru when the Sound Ninja charged at him. Tayuya had not done anything yet, but Naruto recognized her confidence and assumed she was dangerous. Naruto heard his name called from the stands and turned to see Ino running toward him. Sakan smirked and told his teammates they had company, instructing Jirobo to take care of her. Naruto's eyes widened as he saw Jirobo charge at Ino. He ran after them at a speed he had not realized he possessed. As Jirobo raised his fist and Ino's eyes widened, Naruto acted. He delivered a powerful punch to Jirobo's jaw and watched the big ninja sail through the air before crashing into the arena wall. Naruto asked harshly who Ino was and why she was there, his hand aching slightly from the punch he had thrown. Ino scowled and replied that he should not speak to her that way. Naruto protested that she could be hurt. Ino's expression softened into a small smile as she told him that she was a ninja too and that she had been training hard to take care of herself. Naruto, distressed, argued that he could not let her get hurt. Ino reminded him, sadly, of what he had once said about training, that he wanted to get stronger so he could help his friends and not be a burden. Naruto realized then that Ino had been working to feel important, and he had made her feel otherwise. Ino pleaded with him to let her help, to show she could take care of herself. Naruto relented with a small grin and accepted that 3 against 2 favored them. Kakashi stepped between them and announced that he would be the one to fight the 3 sound ninja. Naruto asked in confusion who Kakashi-sensei was referring to. Kakashi confirmed that he would handle the trio and turned to Ino to remind her of their other duty. Ino nodded and said they had to go help Sasuke and deal with Gaara. Naruto asked in disbelief if Sasuke was still fighting him. Kakashi explained that he was, and that a ninja dog would escort them to where Sasuke and Gaara were. Kakashi reminded Naruto that this was an A-rank mission, that Naruto was in charge, and that he was to take care of his comrades and protect the village at all costs. Naruto affirmed that he understood and nodded to Ino. Ino told the ninja dog to move, and the dog leapt from the arena with Naruto and Ino following. Kakashi gave a wry smile and told the sound ninja that he would finish what his student had started. Tayuya cursed under her breath. Kakashi was a formidable opponent. Sakan whispered to his teammates that they had no choice but to escape, instructing Jirobo to carry Kadamar while he bought them time. Jirobo nodded and prepared to move, while Sakan assumed a fighting stance. He hoped to place his brother inside Kakashi during the chaos and use that to enable their escape. He expected Tayuya to help with distraction, but he also knew Kakashi's skill made anything risky. Orochimaru had forbidden using the Curse Seal Level 2 during the invasion, so that option was off the table. Kakashi commented with amusement that it was nice to see the sound ninja communicating, and teased that they might stay in the village to teach teamwork. Sakan cursed inwardly at the taunt, glanced at his teammates, and saw Jirobo ready to run with Kidamaru's fallen form and Tayuya nearby. With a nod, Sakan charged. Sakan tried to land a strike on Kakashi, who easily avoided a punch and then a kick, countering with a kick of his own that sent Sakan sailing before he regained his balance and landed. Jirobo slung Kidamaru's unconscious body over his shoulder and gave a firm nod. Tayuya smirked as they prepared to move. Sakan attacked again. Kakashi inwardly noted that the sound ninja let emotion govern their moves, a dangerous flaw despite their skill. Sakan threw another punch that Kakashi caught, and Kakashi responded with a backhand that knocked Sakan back and sent him to the ground, where he managed a defiant smirk. Kakashi's hand twitched and he reached for a kunai from his holster, pressing it to his neck as a warning. Sakan chuckled and revealed that he and his brother had a bloodline that allowed them to slip inside other bodies and control them. Kakashi asked in confusion who his brother was. In answer, a second head emerged from Kakashi's shoulder and grinned. That head then struck Kakashi with a kunai, catching the jonin off guard. Kakashi staggered from the sudden assault and struggled to recover. Gaara's sand closed in on Sasuke from all directions. Sasuke used his enhanced speed to dodge the relentless sand. Gaara's expression hardened as the sand pursued the Uchiha. Gaara's focus was on fulfilling a promise to his mother. Sasuke rolled on the ground to avoid another volley of sand. The sand ninja attacked from multiple directions, not giving him room to counter. Sasuke realized that if he wanted to bring Gaara down he would have to drop his enhanced speed, a risky move that would leave him vulnerable but would provide the power needed to turn the tide. Sasuke leapt onto a tree and came to rest on a branch. He ran through a series of hand signs and brought a hand to his mouth as he prepared his next move. Sasuke performed fire style, fireball jutsu. A large ball of flame shot from his mouth and flew toward Gaara, but a towering wall of sand rose to shield the redhead. The fireball struck the sand, burst, and threw up a cloud of smoke and debris. Sasuke shielded his eyes and failed to notice a stream of sand until it gripped his foot and flung him toward a tree. He sailed through the air, recovered his balance, and bounced off the trunk with his feet. Gaara's eyes widened as Sasuke came at him. Sasuke drove a fist into Gaara's jaw, and Gaara staggered and slammed into a tree. Sasuke panted where he stood, allowing a small smirk to escape. He had managed to beat Gaara once. It proved he was getting stronger, even if he was still not enough to face Itachi. Then sand erupted from where Gaara had been. Gaara reformed, his right arm and part of his face coated in sand, and a wild, dangerous look filled his eye. Sasuke shivered at the intense killing intent emanating from him, a force even heavier than Zabuza's. Gaara shouted that Sasuke was dead and charged forward. Sakura asked in slight panic whether they were almost there. Pakken explained that the pursuers had stopped running and the two fighters had probably begun to clash. He estimated they would reach them in a few minutes. Sakura, Shikamaru, and Shino had followed Pakken for some time and looked on in stunned silence at the devastation around the village. They had seen a giant three-headed snake attacking, widespread battles between ninja, and many wounded people moving through shattered streets. They were speechless at the harsh reality of their first true war. Shikamaru told his comrades that they needed a plan and warned that Gaara was no pushover. They could not engage without strategy. Shino asked what Shikamaru suggested, noting they were only three nin with very different abilities. Shikamaru acknowledged Shino's point and noted his own jutsu were limited. Shino's insect techniques would be no match for Gaara, and Sakura's skills were too limited to help in a direct attack, so she could not be relied upon in the assault. Pakken reassured them and said he smelled another summon hound approaching, likely sent by Kakashi with reinforcements. Shikamaru allowed a small smirk and observed that their chances had improved. All they needed to do was stall Gaara until Naruto arrived. When Shino asked how he could be so sure Naruto would come, Shikamaru said he knew Naruto well. Naruto would not let them face Gaara alone, even if he was afraid or not yet strong enough. Sakura questioned how Naruto could help since he was not as strong as Sasuke, and Shikamaru, amused, said Sakura would be surprised when Naruto arrived, leaving her puzzled. Naruto threaded from tree to tree behind the summoned dog, teeth gritted. The hound had relayed that Sasuke was already fighting, and the time left was short. Naruto knew Sasuke was strong, but Gaara was on another level. If Gaara hosted a demon like Naruto did, he could tap into its power, making Sasuke's situation worse. Ino glanced at Naruto and frowned. He had been distracted and troubled since they left the village, barely registering the battles. She could not tell what he was hiding, but she resolved to find out. If Sasuke was already engaged and Shikamaru and Shino were only minutes away, there was no obvious reason for Naruto's distress. Sasuke sat panting against a tree. Since Gaara had shifted into a half-demon state, his sand control had become formidable. Sasuke had been forced into retreat, running and thinking of options. Fire techniques were a waste against Gaara's defenses. The only viable hope was the Chidori, but that required time to charge. He noticed grains of sand clinging to the corner of the tree and leapt back as the trunk was consumed by sand. Gaara stood where the tree had been, an evil smirk on his face. Sasuke tossed a few kunai, but Gaara raised a sand-covered arm and blocked them without effort. Sasuke cursed under his breath and bounded away. The relentless sand was wearing on him. Gaara demanded that Sasuke stop running and let him kill him. The Jinchuriki then sent a wave of sand that struck Sasuke and knocked him to the ground. Sand surged up and encased him, tightening and pinning him in place. Sasuke struggled and cried out as the sand constricted, recalling what it had done to others. He fought desperately to free himself as the pressure increased. Gaara watched Sasuke struggle and imagined proving his existence to his mother. He pressed the sand tighter. Smirking as Sasuke's cries echoed through the trees, the reaction of others made him feel alive, and he intended to end Sasuke's resistance. Elsewhere, Kakashi's body collapsed to the ground, appearing lifeless. Sakan smirked at what he believed to be his handiwork, but the smirk vanished when the figure of Kakashi burst into a cloud of smoke. Sakan cried out in disbelief, questioning who he had been fighting. Kakashi identified that the fallen figure had been a shadow clone before Sakan lost consciousness. Yukon watched his brother fall and charged at Kakashi, but the Jonin used superior speed to move behind Yukon and rendered him unconscious. Their knowledge about the Sound Village would be useful to the Leaf. The two remaining members of the Sound Four used the moment to flee the scene. Kakashi sighed as he watched Tayuya and Jirobo, with an unconscious Kidamaru on his shoulder, leaving the arena. He picked up the two unconscious ninja and decided to take them to Ibiki, believing he would be able to get the information they needed. Sasuke screamed in agony as his body was being crushed. He could barely breathe and his movement had been completely restrained. Itachi had never seemed so far away. If he could not beat Gaara, how would he be able to kill his brother and avenge his clan? Sakura cried out for Sasuke and ran to him. She held his body close and begged for him to be all right. Gaara turned his gaze to the newcomers. 3 more ninja had arrived, which meant more lives to take, and he relished the thought. He growled when a swarm of bugs came at him, forced to release Sasuke from his hold. He raised his sand-covered arm to avoid being hurt by them. Shikamaru frowned and realized Sakura could not help against Gaara. Emotions would only get people hurt in battle. That left Shino and himself to stall Gaara long enough for Naruto to arrive and help. Gaara shouted that he would kill them all and shot a wave of sand at them. Shino immediately formed a protective wall of bugs, but many of them fell. Shikamaru told Shino to keep Gaara busy while he tried to trap the Jinchuriki with shadow possession and hold him as long as he could. Shino agreed and promised to do his best. Shikamaru ordered Sakura to take Sasuke out of there, saying he was in no condition to fight. Sakura responded shakily, steadied Sasuke on her shoulder, and leapt away from the 3 genin. Gaara vowed they would not get away, launching a wave of sand at the retreating figure, only to hit a bug clone. He demanded to know where Sasuke was. Shino stated that Gaara would be fighting him. He sent his bugs at Gaara, who used sand for cover. The bugs latched on and were pushed away. Gaara charged at Shino and struck him in the chest, but the body he hit dissolved into a swarm of insects. Several kunai struck Gaara, and he screamed that he would kill them as sand spread and formed a large tail. Shikamaru reported that his shadow possession had succeeded. Gaara screamed and struggled against the shadows. Shikamaru gritted his teeth, already low on chakra from his fight with Temari, and urged Naruto in his mind to hurry. As Gaara began to overpower him, Shikamaru cursed and ordered Shino to keep Gaara still with his bugs. Shino covered Gaara, but Gaara's sand enveloped and crushed the insects. Shino realized the bugs were useless and warned Shikamaru that he was on his own. Gaara shouted that he would prove his existence and finally broke free from Shikamaru's hold. He charged and struck Shikamaru in the chest. Shino tried to aid him but was hit by sand as well. The 2 leaf shinobi collapsed to the ground, panting and exhausted. Gaara threatened to kill them both before going after the Uchiha. Shikamaru and Shino could only lie there as their bodies gave out and ached. Shikamaru cursed his luck and thought about the peaceful life he had once wanted. He looked up at the clouds and smiled, knowing he would miss watching them. Gaara savored each step toward the fallen shinobi, certain of the fear he would cause. That was what he lived for, killing to prove he still existed. Then Naruto unleashed wind style, devastation, and a powerful gust knocked Gaara away from the 2 genin. Shikamaru turned to see Naruto and Ino running toward them. Ino knelt to check the fallen, while Naruto assumed a fighting stance. Shikamaru's eyes widened at the fury he had never before seen in Naruto. Gaara asked if Naruto had come to die and declared he would kill him too. Naruto warned that if Gaara ever came near any of his friends again, he would kill him. He revealed a glowing seal on his gloved hand and summoned one of Asuma's blades. Naruto charged at Gaara, jumped over a stream of sand, and used a clone to propel himself forward. Before Gaara could react, Naruto cut off one of his sand arms. Naruto then used wind style, air bullets, sending multiple gusts that struck Gaara, and finished with wind style, spiraling wind ball, a forceful wind technique that slammed Gaara into a tree. The redhead struggled to rise. Shino looked on in disbelief, thinking he had never expected Naruto to achieve what he and Shikamaru could not. Shikamaru's earlier claim that Naruto's power would surprise them all had proven true. Naruto instructed Ino to take Shikamaru and Shino out of the area. Ino snapped that she would help and did not want him to face this alone. Naruto agreed but insisted that when it became too dangerous he wanted them away from the battlefield. Ino could not answer before a wave of sand shot toward Naruto. Naruto rolled to the right and widened his eyes as he watched sand rip a tree from its roots. Gaara was almost completely covered in sand, his right arm reformed. Gaara charged at Naruto with a scream. Naruto tried to jump away but was struck by a wave of sand, sailed through the air, spun, and landed with a light thud. Ino produced a water technique called liquid bullets by putting a hand to her mouth and launching several water spheres. The spheres struck Gaara and made him wince. As Gaara turned to Ino, Naruto struck his back with his blade, forcing Gaara to stagger. Gaara growled and unleashed sand at Naruto and Ino. Naruto rolled away and created a shadow clone technique, while the clone used a substitution technique in Ino's place to take the attack and disperse. Naruto gave Ino a firm nod, and Ino returned a confident grin and a matching nod. Naruto and Ino had trained together under Asuma and had learned combination techniques that let them cover each other's weaknesses. Together they executed a combined water and wind technique, bullet barrage, forming hand signs and sending a stream of air and water projectiles toward Gaara. Gaara tried to cover the attack with sand, but the water weakened his defenses. The air and liquid projectiles punched through the sand barrier and struck Gaara, finishing with two strong blasts that knocked him back several feet. Naruto panted as he watched Gaara hit the ground. He asked Ino how her energy reserves were and noted that he had used about half of his own. Ino, panting, admitted she had enough for one more technique and suggested entering Gaara's mind to control him while Naruto delivered a final blow. Naruto immediately refused, forbidding that course of action. Shikamaru, sitting against a tree, explained that Gaara had a tailed beast sealed within him and asked Naruto to confirm. Ino reacted with disbelief. Shikamaru said he had just remembered that tailed beasts were sometimes sealed within people during times of war to gain power. Ino asked if he was serious, and Shikamaru confirmed it was true, turning to Naruto and pointing out that Naruto would have heard of the subject before. Naruto smiled wryly and said he vaguely remembered that lesson from class. Shino then asked if Gaara was defeated. Naruto frowned and said no, the fight had felt too easy and he expected Gaara to get up again. Naruto told everyone they had to leave. Ino refused at first, but Naruto, looking concerned, urged her to go because she was nearly out of energy and he did not want her hurt. Seeing the desperation and worry in his eyes, Ino blushed slightly and agreed to leave with Shikamaru and Shino, asking Naruto to return safely and teasing that he would owe her if he did not. Naruto smiled and promised he would take Gaara down. Ino helped Shikamaru and Shino up. They began to leave, and Ino cast one last glance back at Naruto, thinking that he would win because he was destined to be the village's future leader. Naruto watched his friends go with a grin, then turned back toward where Gaara had fallen. Gaara was already rising again, anger on his face. Naruto assumed a hand-to-hand combat stance and infused his blade with energy. He charged at Gaara, who responded with a barrage of sand. Low on energy, Naruto was struck and tossed back, but he used the ground to spring forward again. Gaara formed a sand arm to block the attack. Naruto punched the arm and slashed through it with his blade. As the arm collapsed, another began to reform, but Naruto struck quickly with a kick to Gaara's face. Gaara flinched and felt a fist hit his stomach. He raised his own fist to retaliate, but Naruto dodged and landed a kick to the stomach, followed by an elbow to Gaara's chest and another kick to the face. Gaara recovered and sent Naruto flying with a newly formed sand arm. Naruto hit the ground hard but stood immediately and produced 3 shadow clones. The 3 clones charged Gaara relentlessly. Gaara managed to punch the first clone and block a kick with his sand arm. He fired a stream of sand at the remaining 2 clones and searched for the original. He hissed when something struck his tail. He turned and caught sight of Naruto attempting to leap away, but Gaara landed a solid blow with his sand arm. Naruto sailed through the air and smirked, thinking he had the upper hand as he crashed to the ground. A burning scent preceded an explosion where a kunai lodged in Gaara's tail detonated. Gaara cried out in pain. The tail was his one vulnerable point. The blast sent him flying into a tree and he collapsed, knocked unconscious. Naruto stood up unsteadily and looked at Gaara's unconscious form, relieved that the immediate danger seemed to have passed even though Gaara appeared badly hurt. Sand surged from Gaara's body and began to rearrange itself. Naruto felt a swell of demonic energy in the area as the sealed creature struggled to surface. The sand coalesced into a giant raccoon-like figure made of sand with a single tail. Shikaku cheered that he was finally out and no more stupid kid was holding him back. Naruto looked weary and cursed under his breath. The one-tailed demon turned toward Naruto with an evil smirk and declared his intent to kill to quench his hunger. Naruto ground his teeth and wondered what to do. A million thoughts raced through Naruto's head as Shikaku's giant claws descended, and he cursed silently. The blonde substituted himself with a log and put some distance between himself and the enormous demon. He had almost no chakra left, so wind techniques would be futile against something that big. Summoning was tempting, but he could not call Gamabunta without the fox's chakra. Shikaku demanded to know where Naruto was. The blonde sat against a tree, hidden from the demon's view, and began to brainstorm ways to beat it without the Kyuubi's help. Shadow clones might slow the one-tailed demon but required too much chakra. His improved Uzumaki barrage was impossible without more energy. Summoning the chief toad seemed the only option. With hesitation, Naruto closed his eyes and searched for the Kyuubi's chakra. It took a few seconds, but he found the vile energy and began to draw from it. He hated every minute of it. He hated needing the demon's help, the burning he felt when using the fox's power, and above all the surge of dark emotion that came with that chakra. Even while conscious, he felt a rising hatred toward anyone who looked at him, an urge to lash out. Naruto's appearance began to change. His fangs lengthened slightly, his cheek marks darkened, and his hair grew spikier. Repressed emotions from his childhood flared and a low growl slipped out of him. He felt that those who had treated him poorly should pay. He opened his eyes to reveal piercing red irises with black slits. With the small measure of reason left to him, Naruto forced himself to calm down. He reminded himself that the villagers had been driven by fear and loss. He had forgiven them and loved the village that had become his home. He would protect his friends at all costs. Some of the hatred eased, and he focused on defeating the large demon. Naruto bit his thumb, ran through hand seals, slammed his hands on the branch, and performed the summoning technique. A giant cloud of smoke appeared in the forest, drawing Shikaku's attention. There was a loud crash of trees as the smoke cleared. Standing on the forest floor facing Shikaku was the chief toad Gamabunta with Naruto on his head. Gamabunta asked irritably why Naruto had summoned him, having been interrupted during a meal. Naruto pointed at Shikaku and made it clear that he had summoned the toad to bring the demon down. Gamabunta frowned at the obvious tainted chakra clinging to the boy and warned that he would help, but he would not tolerate Naruto relying on the fox's power for long. Shikaku roared that he would kill them all and unleashed a wind-style attack of spinning air bullets. The wind ball were enormous. Gamabunta countered with a water-style technique, launching giant spheres of water that met the wind and clashed. Gamabunta urged Naruto to hold on as he braced for the battle. Gamabunta grabbed Shikaku's sides and tried to hold him, but the demon easily pushed him away. The toad drew a blade and charged. His blade struck the sand on Shikaku's body without causing harm. The demon retaliated with a heavy blow to Gamabunta's face, and the toad jumped back to create distance. Shikaku proclaimed that no one could stop him and that he would destroy everything. Naruto, still under the fox's influence, growled and demanded that the toad finish him off. Gamabunta snapped that he was no match for a tailed beast alone and pointed out that they needed to wake Shikaku's host. Naruto looked for Gaara but saw no sign of him. Gamabunta explained that the host should be on Shikaku's forehead and that Naruto would have to get through the sand to wake him. The toad promised to get close and instructed Naruto to be ready to attack. Naruto nodded firmly. Ino, Shino, and Shikamaru watched the battle from a safe distance. Ino wanted to be ready in case Naruto needed help, while Shino and Shikamaru were too tired to advance further. From their vantage point, Gaara seemed to be holding his own against the demon, but Gamabunta was far from beaten. Shikamaru thought the fight would be long and complicated, and he hoped Naruto would make it out alive. Ino insisted that Naruto would return safely, recalling his promise. Gamabunta charged at Shikaku again, taking a tight grip on the demon's sides and shouting for Naruto to wake the host. Naruto leapt from the toad's head onto Shikaku and performed a wind technique, releasing a powerful gust that blew away part of the sand on Shikaku's head and revealed Gaara's unconscious form. Naruto shouted at Gaara and raised his fist, ready to rouse him. Shikaku's eyes widened. The one-tailed demon refused to go back in, thrashing and breaking Gamabunta's hold as it shook its head in fury. Naruto tried to cling on using his chakra, but the grip was tenuous. With one final violent shake, Naruto was thrown off Shikaku and plummeted toward the ground. He closed his eyes and braced for impact, but something wrapped around his waist and stopped his fall. Gamabunta, using his tongue to hold Naruto, said that he had him. Shikaku threatened to kill them both and opened its mouth, forming small bubbles blue mixed with black that drifted together and fused into a large black sphere. Gamabunta set Naruto back on his head just in time to see the attack completing. Gamabunta's eyes went wide. He had seen that attack before and told Naruto there was only one option. Naruto would get one last chance to wake the boy, and if he failed the village would be doomed. Naruto's expression hardened. He resolved to stop Shikaku for the sake of his friends. The Nine-Tails chakra began to recede, and Naruto's appearance returned to normal. Gamabunta explained that he would throw Naruto high into the air so he could use the momentum to deliver his strongest attack and try to wake the boy. Naruto grinned confidently and assured Gamabunta that he would wake him. Gamabunta wrapped his tongue tightly around Naruto's waist as Shikaku finished charging its attack. Shikaku swallowed the black sphere and then unleashed a powerful yellow beam that tore into the ground and uprooted trees as it raced toward the chief toad. Gamabunta threw Naruto into the air and stepped away in a cloud of smoke to return to safety, leaving a huge explosion to scar the earth where he had stood. Shikaku celebrated, believing it had killed its opponents, unaware that Naruto still flew through the sky. Naruto seized the opportunity. He forged wind chakra in his palm and shaped it into a spiraling ball. As his upward momentum ended and he began to fall, he activated his wind style, spiraling wind ball, and crashed into Shikaku's head. The impact left a large crater and sent a massive cloud of sand billowing outward. Shikaku howled in pain. Gaara's unconscious form became visible on the beast's head. Naruto rushed forward and struck Gaara across the face with his fist, the connection producing a heavy, jolting sound. Gaara's eyes snapped open as Shikaku's form began to crumble. The tailed beast dissolved, turning back into ordinary sand. No longer supported, Naruto and Gaara fell to the ground and landed with loud thuds. The forest fell silent. The noises of battle and tremors faded, leaving only the heavy breathing of two exhausted shinobi. Gaara lay sprawled and aching, bewildered by his defeat. He had known suffering and lived for himself alone. He wondered what he had lacked. Naruto groaned, face down and hurting. His chakra was nearly spent and his body ached as the adrenaline subsided. He began to drag himself toward Gaara. The redhead still posed a threat to the village and to Naruto's friends, and Naruto could not let that continue. He thought of how Teacher Irika and his friends had kept him from taking a similar path. Gaara's eyes widened when he saw Naruto moving toward him. He was immobilized and fearful that Naruto would kill him. He begged for his life and demanded to be left alone. Naruto stopped before reaching him, and Gaara's cries ceased as he stared at Naruto in desperate fear. Naruto understood why Gaara clung to his life. All Gaara had was himself, and he cherished it. Naruto recognized the same loneliness in Gaara's eyes. He admitted that he, too, knew what it was like to be feared and ignored, and that he also carried a demon inside him. He recalled a time when he had hated everyone and wanted them to feel his pain. A few tears slipped from Naruto's face as he managed a small smile. He remembered Teacher Irika as the first person, aside from the Hokage, who had truly acknowledged him. Naruto reflected that at one point he had believed there was hope, that maybe he could be acknowledged by more people. Gaara listened to every word, wondering if he too could be acknowledged. Naruto went on to remember that as time passed he had met more people who looked at him as a friend, as someone important to them. He smiled at the memory of those friends and the people he would give his life to protect. He explained that he had come to cherish those bonds and that nothing would ever break them, even if they were damaged, which was why he would give his life to protect them. They had pulled him out of a dark, lonely place and had become his saviors. Naruto's expression shifted to anger as he struggled to sit up. Supporting himself first with his left hand and then his right, he forced his way into a crawling position, each movement difficult and painful. He glared at Gaara and made it clear that if anyone ever tried to hurt his friends, he would stop them by any means necessary. Gaara turned his gaze to the sky and reflected on his life. He realized that love had made Naruto strong and wondered if he could form bonds as well. He admitted that he did not completely understand, but he would try. The redhead then looked back at Naruto and, after a brief pause, nodded and declared that he did not want to fight anymore and that he would not hurt Naruto's friends. Naruto managed a weak smile and said that he understood why Gaara had acted as he had. He assured Gaara that he would not hold it against him and even suggested that they might become friends in the future. Gaara returned a small grin and agreed that he would like that, addressing Naruto by name. The blonde smiled and then lay down on the ground, closing his eyes as the effects of the fight finally overtook him. He slipped into unconsciousness with a sense of inner peace, having succeeded in protecting his friends. Ino, Shikamaru, and Shino watched as the tailed beast Shikaku vanished following a large, non-graphic explosion on its head. Ino asked if it was over, and Shino confirmed that it appeared to be so. Shikamaru, eyes closed and smirking, remarked that Naruto had actually managed to do it and suggested they go get him. When he opened his eyes, he saw Shino pointing in Naruto's direction and noted that Ino had left while they were talking. He sighed and muttered that blondes were way too troublesome. Kakashi arrived to find Naruto sleeping on the ground and Gaara staring at the sky only a few feet away. He had expected to find them still fighting, but he was relieved that the confrontation was finished. It meant he could stop worrying about another battle for the day. He asked Gaara if he had beaten Naruto, but Gaara kept his eyes on the sky and admitted that he had been defeated by Naruto. He explained that unlike Naruto he did not have the luxury of rest. Kakashi felt proud of his student. He had once doubted Naruto's ability to calm Gaara after a loss, but Naruto had actually defeated a mid-level ninja, and Kakashi resolved that it would be the last time he failed to believe in him. He asked whether Naruto had told Gaara about his burden. Gaara turned to him and nodded. Kakashi noted that if the two understood each other's pain it would be easier to cope and that having a friend to relate to was always a good thing. Gaara expressed his hope that he would be able to follow Naruto's example. Kakashi broke the tension with a small, amused smile and said he needed to take Gaara back to the village. He reassured Gaara that he would not be tried since he had been following the orders of an imposter. When Gaara learned that the Sand Village leader had died, he looked up at the sky and said that it was good. Kakashi felt uneasy at Gaara's casual response but moved on. He formed a shadow duplicate to help lift the two-tailed beast hosts, who would need medical attention along with many other injured ninja. It would likely be some time before they were discharged, and Kakashi inwardly anticipated having a good deal of quiet time to read. Naruto's eyes fluttered open briefly before closing again. He hoped for a few more minutes of sleep. He felt something soft touch his cheek and, puzzled by the unfamiliar tingling sensation, began to regain consciousness and try to make sense of his surroundings. The last clear memory he had was talking to Gaara and then going to sleep. He opened his eyes slowly and was met by white walls, which made him close his eyes against the reflected light. He waited a few moments and then opened them again to get his bearings. His right hand was heavily bandaged and he lay in a white bed. He thought groggily that he was in the hospital and complained mentally about the smell and the food. Footsteps drew his attention, and he turned his gaze toward the door, wondering why everything in hospitals had to be white. Ino stood by the doorway with her hand on the knob. Her shocked expression softened into a bright smile as she recognized Naruto and rushed forward, embracing him in a warm hug. Naruto felt a blush rise to his cheeks but returned the embrace with his good hand. He asked why he was there, still unsure of what had happened after Gaara's defeat. Ino explained, laughing a little at his startled reaction, that he had been unconscious for 6 days and that after he had beaten Gaara, Kakashi had brought him to the hospital. She noted that he had been pretty hurt, but at least he had won. Naruto reacted with a puzzled look and asked what had happened to Gaara. Ino frowned and complained that Gaara had only stayed for a day and then been released, indignant that he had not been punished. Naruto found her reaction amusing and downplayed the situation, reassuring Ino in his usual upbeat manner that Gaara had not done anything wrong and had only been following his village's orders. He added that Gaara had not actually attacked their village himself. Ino snapped back angrily at the sight of Naruto's injuries, pointing out how worried she had been and questioning why Gaara had been allowed to leave him in that state. Naruto offered a reassuring smile and waved his right hand to indicate that he was fine and that his injuries were nothing serious. Ino promised she would be back to normal in no time. She was about to scold Gaara when Naruto stepped in, explaining that Gaara had acted out of loneliness and a need to be noticed. Naruto said it was all right and that he understood why Gaara had done what he did. Ino sighed, thinking it was typical of Naruto to be so forgiving. Ino then demanded a favor. She reminded Naruto that he had promised to return to the village safely and had not fulfilled that promise, so he now owed her. She teased him about shopping and then revealed the real request. Naruto was to have dinner with her and her parents because they had wanted to meet him properly. Naruto hesitated but agreed, reasoning that a future Hokage should not be afraid of talking to adults. Ino smiled and said she would tell her parents and set the date. The door opened and the Hokage entered. Naruto greeted him cheerfully, and Ino quickly admonished Naruto for speaking so informally to the village leader. Naruto corrected himself and addressed the Hokage respectfully. The Hokage thanked Naruto for his actions, noting that Naruto's intervention had helped thwart Orochimaru's plans and steered Gaara onto a better path. He praised Naruto for completing his first A-rank mission as a leader and for making sound decisions about his teammates' welfare. The Hokage then presented a sealing scroll to Naruto and asked him to open it. Naruto sealed chakra into the scroll and watched something appear in a small puff of smoke. When he saw the Chunin vest inside, his eyes lit up. The Hokage congratulated him on becoming a Chunin. Naruto beamed with excitement at being one step closer to his dream of becoming Hokage. Ino and the Hokage offered their congratulations, and the Hokage excused himself to attend to pressing matters in the village. Ino said she had to return to work at the flower shop. Before she left, Naruto hesitantly mentioned that earlier he had felt something brush his cheek. Ino's face flushed and she looked away, embarrassed. She denied knowing what he meant and then, flustered, told him to stop teasing before hurrying out of the room. Naruto stood there bewildered, wondering what he had done and how little he understood about girls. A few days later, Naruto sat atop the statue of the fourth Hokage's head, content. He wore his new Chunin vest over his long-sleeved black shirt and watched villagers and shinobi rebuilding Konoha. It had been only a few days since the invasion, and things were gradually returning to normal. Since leaving the hospital, Naruto had been assigned to reconstruction duties and had contributed as soon as he was able. While Genin handled smaller tasks, Naruto's new rank meant he was expected to take on more responsibility, a prospect that Shikamaru had resented when they were promoted together. He had not seen much of Ino recently because of his busy schedule, and he looked forward to a short break that would allow him to spend more time with her. Naruto also thought back to a conversation with Jiraiya at the Hokage's office. Jiraiya had spoken of a forthcoming journey to search for the legendary medic Tsunade and had said he would train Naruto in using the fox's chakra. Naruto had been apprehensive at first but agreed after some persuasion. Jiraiya had advised that telling his closest friend about the fox's power first would make it easier to inform the others later and prevent them from being subconsciously wary of an unknown power. Jiraiya had left the decision to Naruto, but urged him to tell his friends when he felt ready. That had been 3 days ago, and Naruto had not found the courage or the time to tell Ino about his burden. He trusted that Jiraiya was right, which was why he was perched on the Hokage monument, admiring the view of the village. The sight gave him a small, necessary sense of peace as he prepared to tell Ino about the fox that night. Naruto rose and looked over the village, telling himself with a sigh that he had to tell her. The third sighed as he surveyed the mountain of paperwork on his desk. Orochimaru's attack on the village had drastically increased the workload, and permits and reports cluttered every surface. He thought this was probably the worst part of being the Hokage and worried that Naruto would give up his dream if he learned about the tedium of governance. Jiraiya, sitting on the window railing, told the third that he looked like hell. The third acknowledged him with a nod and asked what brought him by. Jiraiya grinned and said he wanted to know how the meeting with the elders had gone. Sarutobi explained that the elders had been deeply concerned about the fox and had initially disapproved of training Naruto in its chakra. They only agreed when Sarutobi pointed out that training Naruto would require Tsunade's return to the village. Their desire to have her back convinced them to accept the plan. Jiraiya scoffed that the elders could not go against Sarutobi's orders and then asked if Sarutobi had made it official. The third nodded and tossed a scroll to Jiraiya, explaining that it contained the A-rank mission to search for Tsunade because of how long the search might take. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow and asked if the mission would go on Naruto's record. The third chuckled, pleased with Jiraiya's care for Naruto, and confirmed that it would. Jiraiya asked when they were leaving, and the third said they were to depart the next day, warning Jiraiya to take care of Naruto because it would be dangerous to let him out of the village if the threat Jiraiya mentioned was real. Jiraiya replied seriously that he could handle a few rogue ninja and that he always had Sage Mode at his disposal. The third then asked about Jiraiya's other plan to take Naruto on a training trip. Jiraiya admitted he was unsure, since he had to meet some contacts in a few weeks, but he expected to take Naruto after he returned, probably in about a month. Sarutobi began paperwork and explained that, because of the current situation, Naruto would be receiving missions regularly. Jiraiya smiled and said that the missions would give Naruto the experience he needed, as long as they did not interfere with his training. The third assured him that missions would be assigned with Naruto's training in mind. Jiraiya excused himself to continue his research and leapt out the window. The third chuckled to himself, shaking his head at how little his student changed, and reached for an all-too-familiar orange book, thinking that it was a good thing. Ino sighed behind the counter of the Yamanaka flower shop. She had been stuck there while her father helped around the village and her mother met with other shop owners. Training had been scarce because of the time spent at the shop, and she was relieved that things in the village were improving so she could return to training and perhaps spend more time with Naruto. She frowned at the thought that Naruto had not visited in days. As soon as he left the hospital, he had vanished, ignoring the promise to visit. She had told her parents that Naruto could have dinner with them whenever he could, and his disappearance felt like a slight. A voice called her name. Ino considered ways to punish him for ignoring her and her family, ruling out hitting him as too extreme and remembering. He had already been on the receiving end of Sakura's temper. She decided on a subtler plan, depriving him of ramen. Naruto suddenly appeared with his face only inches from hers, making Ino yelp and blush as she stepped back in surprise. She demanded what he was doing, panic in her expression. Naruto explained that he had been trying to get her attention for a while. Ino crossed her arms and told him that he had disappeared for a long time and returned as if nothing had happened. Naruto scratched the back of his head and apologized, saying he had been busy with the village reconstruction and regretted not being able to see her. Ino pouted but told him it was okay. Naruto promised to make it up to her and declared that he would do anything she asked. Ino could not stay mad and forgave him, then beamed and took his right hand to announce that her parents had said he could have dinner with them anytime, which meant he would have to eat with them that night. Naruto hesitated but agreed to be there. Ino hugged him, offered reassurance that it would go well, and reminded him to be there at 8 sharp. Ino reminded Naruto that she did not want him to make a bad impression on her parents. Naruto nodded and asked for a favor, asking if they could walk around town after dinner because he had something important to tell her. Ino agreed happily, pleased that Naruto would be meeting her parents and thinking that he would be the first person to have dinner with them. Naruto promised to see her later and left the store, leaving Ino blushing and wondering if he planned to ask her out. She considered the idea of dating Naruto and realized she might want more than friendship with him. Inoichi appeared behind his daughter and asked if she really felt that way. Ino turned, startled and embarrassed, and stammered a response to her father. Naruto walked through the streets, nervous about the evening. It was nearly 8 and he was on his way to Ino's house. He felt uneasy about meeting her parents and about telling her the truth about the fox inside him. He feared that revealing that secret might end their friendship, but he knew he had to tell her. He arrived at Ino's house and knocked. Ino opened the door smiling and invited him in, saying her parents were in the living room. When they entered, Miki smiled at Naruto while Inoichi regarded him with a guarded expression. Ino announced Naruto's arrival and felt the tension in the room as her father noted that at least Naruto was on time. Naruto swallowed nervously. Miki nudged her husband to calm him and then addressed Naruto with a warm smile, expressing that it was nice to have him there. Naruto lowered his gaze and said that it was good to be there, awkward silence following. Ino braced herself for a long night. Kakashi visited the memorial stone with a stoic expression after returning from a mission. Jiraiya approached and commented that long days were part of being a shinobi. Kakashi acknowledged him and asked what had brought him there. Jiraiya explained that he had come to talk about a certain student, making it clear he meant Naruto. He told Kakashi that he would be taking over Naruto's training and that he planned to take Naruto on a training trip in 1 month. Kakashi protested that Naruto was part of Team 7 and that he needed him to strengthen the team, but Jiraiya insisted that a group was looking for people like Naruto. He said the group consisted of several S-class ninja and that Naruto would need extensive training to be ready. Jiraiya stated that he was not asking permission but informing Kakashi that Naruto would be leaving with him. Kakashi accepted with a sigh and asked when the group might begin their search. Jiraiya admitted that information was scarce but suggested that the group would likely target Naruto last because containing the fox would require a large amount of chakra. When Kakashi asked the group's name, Jiraiya named them as Akutsuki. Later, Naruto and Ino sat together on top of the Hokage monument. Naruto chose the place for the piece it brought him, and because he felt it would be easier to tell her there. He felt very nervous. Ino's reaction would shape how others might view him. Ino herself was anxious for different reasons. She suspected Naruto might ask her to be his girlfriend and felt unprepared for that possibility. She worried about how she would respond emotionally. Naruto tried to make small talk about the dinner and then steeled himself. He told Ino that he had something important and not going to be pleasant to tell. Ino looked confused and asked what it was. Naruto turned his gaze to the village. Ino noticed sadness in Naruto's eyes and wondered what he was about to say. Naruto asked Ino if she had ever wondered why he had no friends as a child or why people looked at him differently. Ino nodded. She had often seen villagers give him looks of fear mixed with anger when they walked through Konoha and had assumed Naruto did not notice. Now she understood that he did. Naruto reminded Ino of what Shikamaru had said about Gaara before Naruto's fight. Gaara had a demon inside him, and people like Gaara were hosts for tailed beasts. Naruto's gaze returned to the village, and Ino saw pain there as he explained that Gaara had been treated harshly while growing up and that nobody had wanted to be near him. Ino asked what this had to do with what Naruto was telling her, putting the pieces together. Naruto explained that when the village had been attacked by the nine-tailed fox, the fourth Hokage had been unable to defeat it and had decided to seal it into someone to stop it. He said the fourth had sealed the beast into a baby who had nothing to do with the fox. A tear rolled down Naruto's cheek. Ino spoke his name softly, already knowing what he would reveal and needing confirmation. Naruto wiped the tear away, looked at the sky, and admitted that the nine-tailed fox had been sealed into him. He confessed that he had never truly known why the fourth had chosen him and that he did not blame the fourth, believing the choice had been made to protect the entire village. Naruto was surprised when Ino wrapped her arms around him. Ino reassured him that it was okay, her own eyes brimming with tears. Naruto responded with disbelief at how easily she accepted him. Ino repeated her reassurance more firmly, rested her head against his shoulder, and hugged him tighter. She told him she had never realized he had carried such a burden for everyone and asked why he had never told anyone. Naruto returned the hug and closed his. He admitted that he had feared his friends would look at him the way the villagers did, and that he had tried to seem happy so others would not see his pain. Ino told him he did not have to be strong anymore and that he did not have to pretend to be strong around her. She promised to be there for him. Naruto tightened his grip and thanked her before breaking down, holding on as if she were his lifeline. Ino whispered that everything would be all right and felt guilty for not having known sooner how much he had suffered. Naruto had saved the village but had suffered in return. She resolved to be there for him from then on and to protect him if anyone ever tried to hurt him. Later, Naruto walked toward Konoha's gate at dawn with a smile. It was time for him and Jiraiya to leave in search of Tsunade, and he felt optimistic. He spotted Ino standing at the gate and approached with a smile, asking why she had come. Ino placed her hands on her hips and said she would not let him leave without seeing him off, teasing him for being clueless. Naruto laughed nervously and scratched the back of his head. Jiraiya arrived with a grin and agreed that Naruto could be clueless. Naruto protested that at least he was not a pervert like Jiraiya. Jiraiya protested indignantly and called himself a super pervert. Naruto urged them to set off, then told Ino he would see her soon. Ino reminded him that he had promised to take her wherever she wanted when he returned, and Naruto assured her he had not forgotten and would be back soon. Jiraiya muttered that things were looking promising as he wrote quickly in his notebook. Naruto urged them to go, and he and Jiraiya left the village while Jiraiya continued to write. Ino watched them depart with a smile, reflecting on how much closer she and Naruto had become after his confession. She now knew how she would answer if Naruto ever asked her out. She giggled and left to help at the shop. Orochimaru walked with his follower Kabuto toward a town after receiving information about Tsunade's whereabouts. He planned to find Tsunade and persuade her to heal Kimimaro so Kimimaro could take the place left by Sakan and Yukon in the Sound Four, and he intended to use Kimimaro as a new host body when the time came. Orochimaru instructed Kabuto to deal with Tsunade's assistant when they found her, and Kabuto agreed. Orochimaru smiled and declared that Tsunade would not escape him. Naruto and Jiraiya headed to a town where Jiraiya said Tsunade frequently visited a casino. Jiraiya had promised to teach Naruto a new jutsu, and Naruto asked when he would learn it. Jiraiya sighed and asked if Naruto would stop bothering him if he taught the technique. Naruto eagerly agreed, so Jiraiya stepped to a nearby tree, raised his right hand, and gathered chakra that condensed into a blue sphere of compressed energy above his palm. Jiraiya formed a Rasengan and struck the tree with it. The sphere drilled into the trunk before exploding, leaving a large hole. Naruto watched in amazement as the tree snapped in half and fell, kicking up a small cloud of dust. Jiraiya explained that there were 3 steps to learn the technique. The sage reached into his bag, took out a balloon, and used a few hand signs to fill it with water before placing it on his hand. He told Naruto that the first step was to pop the balloon using only chakra, and that once Naruto finished that step he would teach him the next one. Naruto agreed with a smile, and Jiraiya handed him a water-filled balloon. The two continued their walk while Naruto worked on the balloon, determined to master the first step. Jiraiya watched his student attempt to pop the balloon and hoped the trip to find Tsunade would not take long. He had closed all ties to the village, but he intended to track her down within a few days. He wished the journey were uneventful, though he did not expect his luck to cooperate. 3 days after leaving, Naruto was already attempting the second step of the Rasengan training, which required making a rubber ball explode with chakra. The first step had taken only 2 days because Naruto already knew how to mold and shape chakra from his wind training. Jiraiya had been impressed and shown him the second step a few hours later. Naruto grew bored of walking the same road and wondered why they did not simply run. He assumed Jiraiya wanted to give him more time to practice Rasengan, but suspected that was not the whole reason for the slow pace. He sighed in irritation at the unchanging scenery. Naruto complained about their progress, asking when they would arrive and pointing out that they had been on the same road for days. Jiraiya rubbed his head, closed his eyes, and asked Naruto to be quiet for a few minutes, mentioning that Naruto had been pestering him about the same thing for hours. Naruto interrupted with a pout, insisting this was annoying. Jiraiya groaned and assured him they were almost there. Naruto brightened and celebrated, joking that if they reached the village he would no longer have to eat Jiraiya's cooking. Jiraiya protested that his cooking could not be that bad, and Naruto gave him a blank stare. Jiraiya frowned at the blunt reply. Naruto returned his focus to the rubber ball, trying to determine what was wrong. Like with the water balloon, he had spun chakra in all directions but nothing effective happened. He decided to pour more chakra into the ball and began the difficult task of spinning it. Naruto had always struggled with controlling large amounts of chakra and assumed others had the same problem. Concentrating, he spun chakra until the rubber ball trembled violently. Jiraiya observed analytically, proud that Naruto was so close to success. Naruto heard a small deflating sound and discovered a tiny hole in the rubber ball. Disappointed he had not fully mastered it yet, he acknowledged the progress. Jiraiya praised Naruto and suggested he take a rest and continue training later. Naruto insisted he could keep going, but his mood shifted to excitement when he saw a village in the distance. He announced their arrival and ran toward it, eager to find ramen. Jiraiya noted that he needed to gather information on Tsunade's whereabouts and planned to see his contacts alone. He watched Naruto depart and, with his money running low and seeing how full Naruto's wallet seemed, prepared to go to the village as well. Nearby, two men in black cloaks adorned with red clouds stood in the shadow of a straw hat. One carried a wrapped sword on his back and spoke casually with his companion. The other, who had a Sharingan visible under his hat, reminded him they should focus on their mission rather than old ties to the village. They agreed it was better to be prepared. Since they could not seal the Nine Tails yet, they had to make sure he would not catch them off guard when the time came. The man signaled for them to move on, and Kisame followed with a smirk, eager for the chance to fight someone strong in Konoha. Back with Jiraiya and Naruto, Jiraiya called out and threw a punch at Naruto. Naruto ducked under the strike and countered with a kick, turning the training into a lively sparring session. Jiraiya blocked the kick with his knee and answered with a punch that made Naruto cry out in pain. The blonde hit the ground but rolled aside when he saw Jiraiya's foot descending to stomp him. Naruto pushed himself up and jumped as Jiraiya's fist came toward him. Naruto flipped through the air, landed in a crouch, and lunged again. He threw a punch, but Jiraiya simply leaned to his right and avoided the attack. Naruto overextended, sailed forward, and was struck in the side, the impact knocking the wind from him and sending him to the ground. Jiraiya frowned and scolded Naruto for charging in recklessly. It had been 3 days since they arrived at their destination and they had been staying in a hotel while Jiraiya's contacts looked into Tsunade in nearby villages. With little information to act on and his contacts still gathering intelligence, Jiraiya had used the downtime to put Naruto through taijutsu training. They had spent the past 2 days sparring, focusing only on hand-to-hand combat. Jiraiya reminded him that a shinobi must keep a cool head in battle. Naruto groaned as he pushed himself into a kneeling position, his side aching and his breath shallow. He managed a tired smile because he liked that Jiraiya did not go easy on him. Naruto answered that he understood despite the pain, then winced when he tried to stand. Jiraiya grinned, impressed with Naruto's progress, and extended a hand. Naruto hesitated for a moment, then grinned back and took it. Jiraiya helped him to his feet and sighed, repeating his frustration at Naruto's tendency to charge in without thinking. Naruto chuckled and apologized, promising not to do it again, and then tried to convince Jiraiya to go another round. Jiraiya declined, saying Naruto looked tired and had taken a hard hit. Naruto accused Jiraiya of wanting to go out again, which drew no response from the older ninja, so Naruto decided to return to the hotel to continue practicing the Rasengan. Jiraiya cheered and encouraged Naruto with a broad grin. Naruto walked toward the village, still determined. He was working on the third and final step of the Rasengan, the hardest part, spinning chakra inside an empty balloon without popping it. Jiraiya called from a distance, warning Naruto not to use clones, and then disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Naruto frowned at the restriction. He had formed a Rasengan before with the aid of a clone and Jiraiya had been impressed, but the sage insisted Naruto stop using clones so his chakra control could improve. Naruto muttered in frustration and continued his practice. At Kakashi's apartment, the Jonin gathered around an unconscious Kakashi, concerned and tense. Guy sat on a chair, Asuma leaned against the wall with Kurenai at his side, and the others watched over their comrade while he recovered. Kurenai asked how long Kakashi would be out, having arrived after he had already been brought in. Guy admitted uncertainty and relayed the doctor's assessment that Kakashi was exhausted and had been seriously affected by Itachi's attack. Asuma expressed worry about the attack happening in broad daylight and the message it sent. He and the others agreed that the attackers had likely intended to intimidate the village. Guy concurred that bringing such force openly showed they were not trying to hide. Asuma frowned, thinking about how strong these opponents must be to have taken Kakashi down so quickly, and tried to recall details from the fight that might reveal their motives. In a flashback, Asuma and Kurenai stood with a winded Kakashi facing two missing nin in black cloaks. Kisame's usual straw hat was gone, revealing his shark-like features, while Itachi regarded them calmly, his Sharingan active and analyzing their every move. Kisame smirked at their recognition and feigned surprise at being known. Kakashi glared and asked why they were in Konoha. Kisame began to answer, but Itachi interrupted. Kakashi warned them that he would not allow anyone from his team to be taken. Itachi met Kakashi's gaze with a composed expression, and their Sharingan locked. Kakashi's eyes widened, and he staggered to his knees, overcome by a technique that left him incapacitated but not dismembered or bloodied, an intense moment rendered in a dramatic, anime-style display of skill. Asuma and Kurenai rushed to his side to check that he was alive and breathing. Movement at the edge of the scene drew attention. Kisame's blade moved toward Kurenai's head, creating a tense threat. In the next instant, a green blur intercepted Kisame, kicking him away and sending him crashing to the ground. Guy stood there, having intervened to protect his comrade, and joked to Kakashi about arriving in time. Kisame rose, angry and vowing retaliation, but Itachi warned that fighting openly here would draw too much attention and make things worse for their objectives. The Akatsuki decided they should leave before all of Konoha came after them. Kisame frowned, then turned to Guy with a smirk and vowed revenge, saying that he would kill him. With that, the two Akatsuki members left in a swirl of leaves, leaving Kakashi panting and barely conscious. Asuma asked if Kakashi was all right. Kakashi gave a tired smile and covered his Sharingan, saying he would be fine and asking Asuma to tell the Hokage that the red clouds had appeared. Then, unable to fight the fatigue, he fainted. The flashback ended. Asuma asked Kurenai what the Hokage had said. Kurenai frowned and reported that when she told the Hokage the red clouds had appeared, he had looked very worried. He had dismissed her, but she had heard him call for the ANBU, which she thought seemed like an overreaction. Guy began to speak about Itachi, but Asuma motioned for him to be quiet. Guy looked confused, and the door began to open. Sasuke entered with a frown and stopped when he saw everyone in Kakashi's room and Kakashi in bed. He demanded to know what had happened. The Jonin exchanged worried glances. A Chunin wearing glasses then entered and asked if it was true that Itachi had returned to the village and that he had been after Naruto. Asuma muttered under his breath. Sasuke's eyes widened and he dashed out of the room at full speed. Sasuke ran through Konoha with a furious look, cursing Itachi and vowing to kill him. He wondered why Itachi had come and why he had targeted Naruto. Naruto concentrated, eyes closed and beads of sweat rolling down his face. A balloon floated in his right hand as he worked to finish shaping a Rasengan, the result of long hours training with wind manipulation. The balloon trembled and then steadied as Naruto added chakra bit by bit. He almost had it. A sharp knock at the door broke his focus, followed by a faint popping sound. Naruto snapped his head toward the door and then back to the balloon to find only fragments of it remaining. A cold breeze fell over him and his expression darkened. He walked to the door with a dangerously calm look. Naruto threw the door open and asked angrily who had interrupted him. Kisame laughed and called him feisty, while Itachi stood beside him with his Sharingan active, appearing very similar to Sasuke. Naruto asked who they were, startled. Sasuke's voice came from the hallway and he appeared, glaring at Itachi with hatred and his Sharingan activated. Kisame noted with amusement that Itachi looked like Sasuke and asked if Sasuke knew the boy. Itachi calmly said that the boy was his younger brother and glanced at Sasuke, asking if Sasuke had grown stronger and whether he had enough hatred. Sasuke charged recklessly at Itachi with a Chidori. Itachi caught him before he could land the technique, held his wrist to stop the attack, and criticized him as weak. He struck Sasuke and forced him against the wall, telling him he lacked the hatred needed to truly challenge him. Sasuke gasped as a familiar Mangekyo Sharingan began to form in Itachi's eyes. Sasuke went limp and began to thrash and cry out as if trapped in a nightmare. Naruto watched, devastated that his friend was suffering because they had been too weak. Determined, Naruto summoned multiple shadow clones and filled the hotel with them. Kisame used his sword to dispel the nearby clones while Itachi moved through hand signs and released a large fireball into the hallway that engulfed the clones. Smoke filled the hotel, and when it cleared there was no sign of Naruto or Sasuke. Itachi admitted that they had been fooled and that underestimating a Jinchuriki had been a mistake. Kisame suggested they pursue them, and the two Akatsuki members left. Naruto ran through the village alongside one of his clones that carried Sasuke on its back, searching for Jiraiya as the only one who could help. To avoid injuring villagers, he avoided the streets and took to the rooftops, knowing he would be seen but unwilling to risk bystanders. He stopped mid-step when a black cloak blocked his path. A heavy blow struck him and sent him crashing into a ceiling. Debris dug into his skin and he clutched his right arm in pain as he pushed himself up. Both Akatsuki members stood where he had been moments before. The clone carrying Sasuke leapt to his side and looked at the two enemies with fear. Itachi offered a calm promise that Sasuke would not be harmed if Naruto came with them without causing a scene. Naruto responded with a wry expression and created a powerful gust with his wind chakra that knocked over antennas and roof tiles. The two Akatsuki vanished from sight. Naruto scanned his surroundings for any sign of them and caught a quick flash of black. He jumped, and Kisame's sword struck the spot he had just vacated. Kisame remarked that Naruto had done well but had forgotten someone. As Naruto flew through the air, he turned to see a fireball shooting toward him. The blonde ran through hand signs, put a hand to his mouth, and unleashed wind-style air bullets. The air bullets collided with the fireball and produced a powerful explosion. The blonde was blown aside and landed hard on the street. Naruto felt his left arm go numb and his back throb with pain. He managed to smirk despite himself and looked at the Akatsuki members defiantly. Itachi and Kisame jumped down from the roofs and landed in front of him. Kisame smirked at Naruto's stubborn expression. The kid's defiance only added to his amusement. Naruto muttered an insult as he forced himself onto hands and knees, panting from the effort. Supporting himself on his right leg, he rose slowly and, swaying, gave the two Akatsuki members a weary grin while insisting that he had gotten Sasuke to safety and that they would never take him. Itachi responded by explaining that they had not been after Sasuke at all. He said they had come for the 9 tails sealed within Naruto and that Sasuke had merely been caught in the crossfire. Naruto gasped in shock at the idea that Sasuke had been harmed because of him. He felt responsible for any wounds his friend had suffered. Kisame told the 9 tails to come out and charged at Naruto, but a white blur suddenly intervened and knocked Kisame away. Kisame thought bitterly about how things kept going wrong as he crashed to the ground and struggled back up, glaring at the newcomer. Itachi quietly identified the arrival as Jiraiya the Toad Sage. Jiraiya frowned and acknowledged the Akatsuki, then checked Naruto to make sure he was all right and indicated that the attackers had been seeking Naruto. Kisame voiced concern about the situation, calling it one they had tried to avoid. Itachi decided they should pull back, warning that it would be unwise to take on one of the legendary 3 given the risk. Jiraiya declared that the Akatsuki would not be going anywhere and performed Earth-style Dark Swamp, turning the ground beneath the 2 attackers into sinking mud. Kisame growled and flailed while Itachi remained calm. Jiraiya followed with fire-style Fireball Jutsu, sending a burst of flame at their opponents. Naruto watched in awe at the display of power from his eccentric teacher. When the mud settled and the flames dispersed, the figures where Itachi and Kisame had stood fell apart into indistinct remnants. Jiraiya inspected them and concluded that the Akatsuki had used a kind of puppetry, transferring chakra into less powerful copies to create stand-ins. He wondered from how far the originals had controlled those puppets. A squad of ANBU appeared and reported that the 3rd Hokage had ordered them to contact Jiraiya. Jiraiya instructed them to tell the Hokage that the Red Clouds had made a move but that Naruto was safe and that the Uchiha had been hurt and should be taken back to the village. One of the ANBU carried Sasuke over his shoulder, and the squad vanished in blurs after nodding to Jiraiya. Jiraiya sighed at the thought of giving orders, noting inwardly that it was one reason he had declined the position of Hokage. Jiraiya asked Naruto if he was all right. Naruto offered a small, tired smile and nodded. Jiraiya said they would go to another hotel so Naruto could rest, and that if he recovered by morning they would keep moving because Jiraiya had a lead on Tsunade. Naruto grinned and, sounding quieter than usual, said he would be healed quickly and mentioned that he had almost mastered the Rasengan that day. Jiraiya reacted with a pleased grin. Naruto's eyes rolled back and he collapsed. Jiraiya caught him before he hit the ground and slung him over his shoulder, chuckling that it had apparently been too much for the boy as he carried him to the nearest hotel. Rumors spread through Konoha quickly, saying that the traitor Itachi had returned to hunt Sasuke and Naruto. Some villagers worried about Naruto while others were indifferent. Ever since the attack on the village, a portion of the populace had seen Naruto as a hero, and they feared how he might fare against an Uchiha who had slaughtered his own clan. News reached Ino as she made her way to the barbecue restaurant where her team usually met. She intended to talk to her teammates about Naruto's danger. Inside, she found Choji stuffing his face at a corner table with an annoyed Shikamaru beside him. Ino spoke urgently about the situation. Shikamaru glanced at her, sighed, and acknowledged that he understood what she was worried about, noting with a groan that he had heard Naruto was traveling with a legendary ninja and that should help. Ino protested that Jiraiya would not always be in the village and worried that Itachi might return for them. She warned that not even 3 Jonin would be a guaranteed match for him. Choji, chewing, asked what they could do. He admitted they could not do much. Shikamaru agreed that there was little they could do against such powerful foes. Ino, determined, proposed that they get stronger and train harder so they could help Naruto in the future. Ino argued that they might be able to help him if they trained hard enough. Shikamaru sighed and told her it was too much work, worrying that Itachi and whoever had come with him might be dealt with before they could help. He did not want to take on extra training. Ino glared at Shikamaru, furious that he was unwilling to help Naruto after all Naruto had done for them. She pointed out through angry tears that Naruto always helped them, even when he was the one who needed help, and that he had suffered for years yet would risk anything to protect his friends. Choji froze mid-bite as a few tears rolled down Ino's cheeks. He joined Ino in reminding Shikamaru how Naruto had looked sad as a child but still supported them in every way. Training a few extra rounds was nothing, and he was willing to train twice as hard. Shikamaru watched his teammates and admitted that he had never said he would refuse to help Naruto, only that he did not want to train harder. He conceded with a reluctant smirk and compared Choji to Rock Lee in his determination. Ino and Choji smiled, and Shikamaru agreed to the increased training rather than be annoyed later. Ino thanked them with a grateful smile. Shikamaru nodded, annoyed at the prospect of more troublesome training, but certain a certain blonde would owe him for it. Naruto cheered with a bright smile, feeling fully rested after a good night's sleep and eager to go before the old lady disappeared. Jiraiya reacted with a panicked expression and scolded him, warning Naruto sternly not to call Tsunade old. Naruto asked in confusion why that would be a problem, wondering if she was not as old as Jiraiya. Jiraiya shuddered at the memory of the last person who had called Tsunade old and emphasized his warning, then dug into his coat and took out a balloon, handing it to Naruto for practice and instructing him not to use clones for the next step. Naruto accepted the balloon with a smile, filled it, and began practicing the Rasengan with renewed focus. Chapter 11. Search for Tsunade Arc. Tsunade's Dilemma. Naruto walked through the busy streets with a smile. An old sweet woman had persuaded him to buy a lottery ticket, and he had won, so Gama was full and content. He planned to hide the winnings from Jiraiya, remembering the mentor's knack for borrowing a lecherous reputation that made Naruto wary of sharing his money. Since arriving in the village where Tsunade was said to be, Jiraiya had mostly left Naruto alone to focus on his search, and Naruto suspected his sensei was also checking out local bars. He did not mind Jiraiya's absence. It gave him time to practice. 5 days had passed since the Akatsuki attacked Naruto. Naruto and Jiraiya had arrived in the village 2 days earlier, and Jiraiya had been searching for Tsunade for the previous 3 days. Naruto noticed first that the village felt old, full of sturdy, well-kept buildings unlike his apartment complex. He also noticed how crowded it was, the streets packed with houses, shops, and stands that made the place feel like a festival. Regardless, Naruto found the village pleasant. He took another balloon from his pouch, filled it carefully, and balanced it on his right hand with a look of concentration. Inside the balloon he held a perfect ball of chakra, proof that he had mastered the third step. It had only taken him 2 days after the Akatsuki's attack to learn the final stage. Jiraiya had been impressed and advised him to practice the Rasengan until it felt natural. The sage still sparred with him but had allowed the use of ninjutsu and encouraged Naruto to find creative applications for the technique instead of using it only to attack. Naruto felt he was improving and could not wait to show Ino the progress he had made. Naruto smiled at the thought of Ino. She had accepted him for who he was and had not feared him because of the fox. He realized how much Ino meant to him and felt an unexpected fear at the thought of losing her. He wondered what she might be doing now on a mission, or helping her parents with the shop. It felt boring without her. Back in Konoha, Ino sat behind the counter of her parents' flower shop and had similar thoughts. She did not understand why her parents did not hire extra help since they were often out of the shop, but she was glad to assist them. Business was slow, and boredom led her mind back to Naruto. It had been a week since he left, and although she tried to be rational he was traveling with a legendary ninja, she could not shake her worry. Naruto had become a dear friend, and she would be devastated if anything happened to him. The fact that Itachi, a powerful trader, was after him worried her even more. Ino pushed away the anxious thoughts, reassuring herself that Naruto would be fine and would return soon, and that he would have to see how much she had improved. True to her resolve, Ino, Choji, and Shikamaru had intensified their training. They met for training whenever they had time off and trained for a few hours. Shikamaru was the first to leave after 2 hours, saying it was too troublesome. Choji left next because he was needed at home. He never explained why. Ino continued training after the others departed and began to show steady improvement. Ino's water control had advanced, and Asuma had given her 2 scrolls containing water techniques she was still learning to master. Kurenai visited the team often and taught Ino additional genjutsu and ways to escape them. The Jonin recognized great talent in Ino's illusion work and planned to teach her more over time. Everything seemed to be going well for Ino, but she missed Naruto. The village had felt quieter since he left, and she found herself longing for the days when they would simply walk around together. She hoped he would return soon so they could spend time like that again. She did not think it strange to miss a friend like that. It was natural. Orochimaru sat on his throne with a satisfied smirk. He had located Tsunade without difficulty and had provoked her into anger to gain the advantage. Convincing her to heal Kimimaro had been somewhat challenging, but she would do it in the end. He had given Tsunade a week to meet him and felt certain she would comply. Orochimaru called for Kabuto. Kabuto appeared in a puff of smoke, kneeling and asking what his lord required. Orochimaru asked after Tsunade's condition and whether she had been defiant. Kabuto reported that the medications had kept her unusually quiet. Orochimaru chuckled at the thought that none of this would have been necessary if Tsunade had agreed to go with him. Kimimaro would soon be healed, and that would strengthen Orochimaru's forces. If he played his cards right, he believed he could have Sasuke by the end of the month. The Sharingan would be his, and with it the destruction of Konoha would become a real possibility. Everything was moving according to plan. Jiraiya frowned as he walked back to the hotel. Night had fallen and there was still no sign of Tsunade, though his contacts had confirmed she had arrived about a week ago. He had been careful to avoid being seen, taking the precaution of walking instead of using chakra to quicken his pace. Tsunade was known for her keen eye at spotting other shinobi. Jiraiya suspected something had happened and was determined to find out what. Naruto bounded up to him, calling out as he ran. The boy complained that Jiraiya had left him alone all day and that they had missed their sparring session. Jiraiya smiled despite himself, thinking about how Naruto could act like his father one moment and his mother the next. Jiraiya promised to take him along next time and suggested they go get something to eat. Naruto brightened and asked if they would go to a ramen stand. Jiraiya noted that he had taken Naruto to ramen ever since they arrived and said they would try something different that day. Naruto pouted but went along. They walked through crowded streets lined with restaurants. Naruto's hope flared and then faded as they passed a ramen stall. Jiraiya kept walking until he stopped in front of a bar. Naruto asked why they had stopped there. Jiraiya indicated a blonde sitting at one of the bar booths and let Naruto know this was the place. Inside, the smell of alcohol and smoke hit them. Naruto recoiled at the odor, wondering why Jiraiya had brought him to such a place. As they approached the blonde, Jiraiya greeted her. The blonde was Tsunade, and she turned a sharp gaze on them, clearly displeased. She demanded to know what Jiraiya was doing there and voiced anger at having the past catch up with her on the same day. Jiraiya questioned whether Orochimaru had been involved. Tsunade confirmed that Orochimaru had been there and called him a traitor, vowing to make sure she punished him when she had the chance. Jiraiya asked what had happened, but Tsunade snapped that she did not need his help and insisted she could handle her own affairs. She made it clear that she did not want interference. Naruto, protective of Jiraiya and offended by Tsunade's tone, lost his temper. He accused her of speaking about Jiraiya inappropriately and, in his hot-headed way, declared he would not tolerate it. The bar fell quiet as tense looks passed between them. Jiraiya watched with concern, hoping Naruto would not make the situation worse. The Toad Sage was glad Naruto had defended his name, but calling Tsunade old was a foolish move. Tsunade growled and demanded to know what he had said. Naruto replied angrily that he had called her an old lady, an old hag, a grandma. Tsunade threatened to take it outside, a vein pulsing at her temple. Naruto smirked and taunted her, asking if she wanted him to walk her out or if she could still manage on her own. Tsunade snapped and flicked Naruto on the forehead. The motion sent him flying out of the bar with Tsunade following swiftly behind. Naruto hit the ground and felt a sharp ache in his head. He had no idea what had happened but understood that Tsunade was exceptionally strong. He heard her footsteps and turned to see her approaching. Tsunade scoffed, crossed her arms, and muttered that being called out by a brat made her feel like she must be losing her mind, then began to head back toward the bar. Naruto was not one to back down. He stood, smirked, and taunted Tsunade again, saying that people her age started to lose their senses. Tsunade halted, glared at him, and warned that he had taken a cheap shot. She grumbled that she did not want to beat a kid senseless, but if he did not stop she would be forced to. She told him to quit. She warned him that she was too strong and he would only end up hurt if he continued. Naruto declared that he would never give up and that was his ninja way. Tsunade's eyes widened. Naruto's determined expression brought a painful memory to the surface, one that reminded her of Nawaki, and she could not help but see parallels between the two. Jiraiya stepped out of the bar and told them firmly that they had not come here to cause problems. Naruto began to protest but fell silent under Jiraiya's look and agreed only that he would not apologize. Jiraiya grinned and ushered them back inside, telling Tsunade to come as well because he wanted to know what Orochimaru had wanted. From her demeanor he suspected the encounter had been unpleasant. They returned to the booth and sat quietly. The owner considered ejecting them for the disturbance but decided against it after witnessing Tsunade's display of strength. It was no wonder Konoha ninja were regarded as some of the best. Jiraiya asked them to explain what had happened. Tsunade, frowning, said she had arrived in that village about a week ago with her assistant Shizen and that it was only that day they had run into Orochimaru, who had managed to deceive her. She remembered the encounter clearly. Tsunade and Shizun had hurried out of the village. Shizun had been uneasy because Tsunade seemed agitated. The legendary medic did not want to stay another second. The two had rounded a corner and stopped short when Orochimaru stood before them, smirking with his arms crossed. Tsunade had spoken his name with a growl. Orochimaru had greeted her with amusement and noted that she did not look happy to see her former teammate. Tsunade demanded to know what he was doing there. Orochimaru had said he needed a favor. One of his ninja was suffering from a strange illness and he wanted Tsunade to heal him. Tsunade had glared and refused, accusing him of expecting her to be a fool and reminding him that she would never help him after the harm he had done to Konoha. Orochimaru had responded with a taunt, amused that she had not been present during his earlier attack and reminding her that she had been absent since the death of the fool she cared for. Tsunade's fists had trembled with anger as she called him a traitor and swore she would kill him and save their sensei the trouble. Orochimaru had replied that she was naive to think he would come without a means to force her obedience. He had executed a series of hand signs and slammed his hands on the ground. From the earth had emerged a swarm of snakes that lunged at them. Tsunade had knocked aside the approaching serpents and blocked others, while Shizune had used medical techniques to repel them before they could get too close. As they defended themselves, neither had noticed another ninja moving behind them. Growing impatient with the attack, Tsunade had struck the ground with a powerful punch. The earth had split and buckled, creating a small tremor that sent the remaining snakes scattering. She had glared at Orochimaru, furious, but then realized Shizune was no longer beside her and demanded to know where she had gone. Orochimaru had smiled coldly and explained that while Tsunade had been occupied, his assistant had taken Shizune away. He had thrown a scroll to her containing the location of one of his bases and presented a cruel choice. She could come to his base to heal his ninja, or she could pretend he had never been there and Shizune would suffer the consequences. With that, Orochimaru had melted into the ground, leaving Tsunade alone and enraged. Back in the present, Tsunade told Jiraiya and Naruto that Orochimaru had given her that ultimatum: if she did not show, he would kill Shizune. Jiraiya acknowledged that Orochimaru had never played by the rules and that taking hostages was typical of him. He did not understand why Orochimaru wanted his ninja healed, since the snake summoner rarely cared for others. If he did care, it likely meant he intended to use the body later. Naruto clenched his teeth, furious at Orochimaru for kidnapping an innocent person. Naruto announced his determination to help Jiraiya put a stop to Orochimaru once and for all. Jiraiya frowned and warned that Naruto did not stand a chance against Orochimaru and that the sage would be the one to confront him. Jiraiya promised they would help retrieve Shizune, but insisted that Naruto was not to face Orochimaru himself. Naruto accepted that, saying he only wanted to help. Tsunade frowned and argued that the two of them could not come. If Orochimaru saw them, he would put Shizune in danger before they even arrived. Jiraiya reminded her that he led a spy network and could infiltrate Orochimaru's base undetected. When Tsunade objected to Naruto's involvement, Jiraiya explained that Naruto was his apprentice and that he would teach him how to slip past Orochimaru and keep him hidden. Tsunade refused to risk Shizune's life and left the bar with a scowl. After Tsunade left, Jiraiya teased Naruto about his inexperience with relationships, and Naruto bristled at the remark. Jiraiya then tried to change the subject and suggested they order food. Naruto grimaced at the smell of the bar and asked to go elsewhere, but Jiraiya refused. When a few patrons entered, Jiraiya's expression brightened in a harmless, mischievous way, and Naruto sighed, resigned to follow his sensei's lead. 4 days passed. During that time Jiraiya trained Naruto in stealth while keeping a close watch on Tsunade, knowing she might try to slip away. He was pleased with Naruto's progress and taught him an invisibility technique that he himself had developed as a young ninja. With Naruto's reserves he could maintain it for a few hours. Late one night Tsunade slipped out of the village. She had left under cover of darkness precisely because she expected Jiraiya to follow. She would not let him put Shizune at risk. Naruto and Jiraiya were hiding on the village outskirts in the trees when Naruto complained about Jiraiya's constant prodding. Jiraiya had bopped Naruto on the head to keep him quiet, and Naruto glared, asking why they were out there. Jiraiya pointed and told Naruto to look. Tsunade was moving away from the village toward Orochimaru's territory. They followed her, moving silently through the trees. Naruto imagined confronting her and bringing her back by force, but Jiraiya corrected the notion. Their purpose was to reach Orochimaru's base and stop whatever he planned for Tsunade and Shizune. Naruto asked if there would be other ninja at Orochimaru's base. Jiraiya confirmed that there would, and he warned that those ninja were loyal only to Orochimaru and would attack without hesitation when they revealed themselves. Jiraiya told Naruto that they would have to defeat those opponents if they wanted to get to Orochimaru and protect the village. Naruto froze at the thought of taking lives, and Jiraiya recognized how difficult that concept was for someone still young and compassionate. Jiraiya explained that sometimes a shinobi must do what it takes to protect the village. He framed the hard choices as part of defending many lives, recalling that the fourth Hokage had made grave decisions to end a war and prevent even greater loss. Jiraiya told Naruto that to act on the battlefield a ninja must harden their heart toward enemies and fight not for the thrill of violence but for the safety of the village and its people. Naruto listened, shaken but understanding the weight of the responsibility. Jiraiya nodded and urged them to move before they lost sight of Tsunade. The two slipped through the trees, carefully blocking their chakra signatures as they hurried to keep up with her. Naruto steeled himself. This mission left no room for mistakes. The concept of killing was still hard for him, but he resolved to do it for the village. The three ninjas steadied themselves with the thought of Shizune as they made their way to Orochimaru's base. Kabuto watched Shizune's unconscious form and sighed. Tsunade's assistant was locked in a cell, her arms cuffed to the wall. Kabuto felt it was a shame that Orochimaru had discouraged experiments on her. It made sense that Tsunade, as a medical shinobi, would check on her the moment she had the chance. Precautions were understandable when facing someone of Tsunade's caliber, but Kabuto did not understand why they delayed his plans if they intended to kill Tsunade in the end. He noted with interest that Shizune had been able to counteract the poison he had used when she and Tsunade confronted Orochimaru. The success had depended on the thin needle's small size. If he could experiment on someone so close to his own strength, he thought he might gain what he needed. Kabuto chuckled to himself, imagined convincing Orochimaru to keep her, and left the holding cell with a smirk. Tsunade panted from exertion. It had been a long time since she had run so far using her inner energy, and her body felt the strain. She stood before a cave entrance and held a paper with the base's location in her right hand. This was where Shizune was being held, Orochimaru's base, and she intended to confront him for threatening Shizune's life. She had precious little left and was not about to lose it. As she prepared to enter, two masked members of Orochimaru's force stepped forward. Their outfits resembled those of an elite covert unit, and Tsunade guessed that Orochimaru kept his own version. One of the masked guards demanded that she state her purpose. Tsunade replied that she had come because Orochimaru had summoned her and identified herself as Tsunade. The guards exchanged a look before one produced an energy-suppressing seal and indicated she must wear it to enter. Tsunade refused angrily, saying she would not put it on and that Orochimaru should be grateful she had come. The masked guard drew a kunai and warned her that this was not her village and that she must follow their rules. At that moment Kabuto stepped from the cave. He told the guards to show more respect to Lady Tsunade and reminded them that she had once been Orochimaru's teammate. The two guards froze and knelt. Kabuto assured Tsunade that she would be treated with respect and led her into the base with a professional, if false, smile. Tsunade frowned but followed. He was strange and reminded her of Orochimaru, but she would play along for now. She still needed to get Shizune out, and meeting Orochimaru was the only way. Jiraiya and Naruto watched from the trees, hidden and keeping their energy low to avoid detection. The two masked guards returned to their posts outside, unknowingly giving the leaf ninja a clear angle of approach. Naruto looked to his master, still unsettled by the idea of killing. Jiraiya gave a three-finger signal to indicate when they would move. The blonde's heartbeat rose with nervousness. He knew the mission depended on their success and that he could not let his emotions ruin it. He steeled himself. At Jiraiya's signal, the pair moved. Jiraiya sprang from cover and incapacitated one guard with a precise, non-lethal strike, neutralizing him instantly. The other guard moved to sound an alarm, but Naruto intervened with a swift, decisive motion that ended the threat without graphic violence. The last thing anyone registered was the determination in the young ninja's eyes. Jiraiya nodded in approval at Naruto's work and reminded him to remain silent and to hold his invisibility technique until instructed otherwise. Jiraiya's invisibility method was unique. It not only rendered the user unseen but allowed those who knew the precise technique to perceive one another by recognizing subtle signs. Naruto acknowledged his teacher and followed. Inside the base, Naruto carried Asuma's blade. The metal glinted in the dim light. He felt remorse, but he suppressed it. This was a mission, and he could not let his emotions compromise it. The base followed the familiar pattern Jiraiya had seen before. Snake motifs on the floor, long corridors that repeated like a maze. They reached a crossroads, and Jiraiya realized he would have to make a difficult decision. Splitting up would be the fastest way to reach Tsunade and offer aid, but it would be risky. Naruto was still shaken, and the labyrinth and hallways could easily lead him astray. Jiraiya considered the situation and, seeing the look of determination on Naruto's face, prepared to act. The blonde was ready for whatever came at him, and Jiraiya believed he would do well. Jiraiya called Naruto to get his attention and told him that they had to split up if they wanted to reach Tsunade in time. Naruto indicated his agreement and headed down the right hallway. Jiraiya allowed himself a short, rueful chuckle at the blonde. He reflected that Naruto had inherited a difficult trait from his father. When forced to do what was necessary, Minato had hardened his emotions and carried that weight for days afterward. Jiraiya glanced once more at Naruto before taking the left hall with a serious expression, knowing the mission would be hard but trusting they would pull through and hoping someone would be there to lift Naruto's spirits when they returned to Konoha. Tsunade followed Kabuto into a very large chamber dominated by a giant snake statue that seemed to glare down the entranceway. Wooden doors punctuated the walls, and beneath the statue sat a throne where Orochimaru lounged with a smirk. The legendary medic stared at the snake summoner, every fiber of her wanting to end the confrontation then and there. Orochimaru greeted her with a chuckle and remarked that she had arrived early, reminding her that he had given her a week to come. Tsunade, thinking back to the meeting with Jiraiya and Naruto, asked where Shizen was. Orochimaru smirked and, without phrasing it as a question, indicated that Tsunade was always direct. He nodded to Kabuto. The silver-haired man bowed and slipped through one of the wooden doors. Orochimaru made it clear that Kabuto would return with Shizen and the ninja he wanted Tsunade to treat. Tsunade's frown deepened. Everything felt too easy, and the arrangement did not match how Orochimaru usually operated. She resolved to watch herself. Naruto moved through the base's halls, growing increasingly irritated by the sameness of every corridor. He could not tell whether he was making progress or simply walking in circles, and his impatience had him considering the use of clones to sweep the place. He caught the sound of approaching footsteps and pressed himself against a wall to avoid being seen. The silhouettes of two people grew clearer as they passed along the dimly lit corridor. Naruto recognized Kabuto from the Chunin exams. The medic walked as if he owned the place. Beside him strode a white-haired sound ninja dressed in an outfit similar to Orochimaru's, carrying an unconscious woman over his shoulder. The pair turned a corner with Naruto trailing at a careful distance, and Naruto resolved to get to the bottom of what he was seeing. Jiraiya threaded his way down another corridor, constructing a mental map of the base as he went. From his experience with Orochimaru's lairs, he knew there was usually a main room used for whatever experiments or rituals the summoner planned, and that room tended to have more than one entrance. He followed the path he hoped would lead there and worried about timing. On one side, Tsunade might already be facing Orochimaru. On the other, Naruto's impatience could make him into a fuse ready to spark a fight. With no time to waste, Jiraiya pressed on. Tsunade watched as Kabuto re-entered with a sound ninja carrying Shizen. Concern flooded her features as she rushed to her assistant's side and examined her. Using her medical technique, Tsunade found that Shizen was affected only by a powerful sleep serum. Relief eased some of her tension. Orochimaru reminded Tsunade that this fulfilled his end of their bargain and then stated that he wanted her to treat the patient named Kimimaro. Tsunade's glare sharpened, and she assumed a fighting stance, making it clear through her posture that she would not be easily coerced. Orochimaru's smile widened as he pointed out, without directly taunting, that she could not realistically fight him and two of his ninja while also protecting an unconscious woman. Faced with that logic, Tsunade admitted defeat in that moment and agreed to heal his ninja, warning that she would stop him if he tried anything underhanded. Orochimaru responded lightly that no one wanted that outcome. Outside a wooden door, Naruto crouched and watched. Kabuto had entered with the sound ninja and Shizen, and Jiraiya had warned him not to reveal himself, but seeing Shizen so close made him restless. He assessed his chances against Kabuto and weighed the risk posed by the accompanying sound ninja. The door had been left slightly ajar, providing a narrow opportunity to slip inside without announcing his presence. Determined that protecting Shizen was their objective, Naruto decided the risk was necessary and moved into the room. He stifled a shocked intake of breath upon seeing three sound ninja gathered around a small table and conversing. The chamber was large, echoing the layout of the halls, with many tables scattered about. Naruto assumed this served as a meeting area for Orochimaru's forces. He scanned the room, searching for a course of action. He realized he could not neutralize them without creating a disturbance that would surely alert Orochimaru, so he opted to wait. The only other exit was a closed wooden door, and attempting to force it would risk drawing attention, an unnecessary gamble. He would wait until his master made a move, and only then would he make a move of his own. Kimimara's unconscious form lay on the floor while Tsunade examined him. The legendary medic had identified the problem. An old bacterial infection had taken hold and was spreading internally. She used her chakra to eliminate the infection and to rebuild the damaged tissue. The most difficult task was reconstructing part of the lungs, but she was a legendary medic and steadily restored what had been lost. It remained a dangerous illness, but she was confident she could heal it. When Tsunade finished, she announced that she was done and said she intended to leave the place. Orochimaru chuckled and thanked Tsunade for her help. He nodded to Kabuto, and Kabuto deliberately cut his palm with a kunai to produce blood. Tsunade froze at the sight. The sight of blood dredged up painful memories and left her unable to move. Orochimaru sneered that fear of blood was absurd for someone in her line of work and ordered Kabuto to kill her. Kabuto obliged, taking the bloodied kunai and charging at Tsunade. She remained paralyzed by her fear and could not evade the attack. Kabuto lunged toward her heart, but before anything more could happen, he was suddenly knocked violently across the room by a single open palm. Jiraiya had arrived, striking Kabuto with a powerful blow. He reminded everyone that he would never leave an old teammate alone. Tsunade managed a small, grateful smile at the sight of her old companion. He had always been foolish, but in a comforting way. Orochimaru scowled and acknowledged that he should have anticipated Jiraiya's interference. Jiraiya remarked that it had been a while since they had met, tension underlining the reunion. A loud crash came from the room where Naruto waited. From his perspective, the three sound ninja were preparing to move toward Orochimaru's chamber, and Naruto resolved that he could not allow anyone to interfere with his master's plans. He dropped his invisibility and gripped Asuma's blade, infusing wind chakra into it before charging at the nearest enemy. The sound ninja turned at the sound of his footsteps. Naruto leaped at one of them and struck decisively, sending the enemy flying. When another tried to strike, Naruto dodged and countered with a gust of wind from his mouth that forced his opponents to retreat. He then threw kunai that revealed themselves as clones, which closed in on the sound ninja, delivering swift blows that incapacitated them and sent them tumbling to the floor in a small cloud of dust. Naruto infused wind chakra into his blade again and moved to finish the confrontation. He cut through their defenses, leaving the two sound ninja defeated and unable to continue. He forced himself to control his emotions for the good of the mission, then left the room with his blade in hand. As distant sounds of battle echoed, he paused when he heard approaching footsteps, cursed under his breath, and slipped into the shadows with his invisibility jutsu. Orochimaru scowled at the unexpected turn of events. He could stall Jiraiya with Kabuto, but Kimimaro was valuable to him as a future vessel and could not be left exposed. He ordered Kabuto to remove Kimimaro from the area and return as soon as possible. Kabuto obeyed, lifting Kimimaro bridal style and running for the exit. Jiraiya responded by forming hand signs and unleashing a massive fire attack at Kabuto's retreating form. As the fire closed in, thousands of snakes erupted from the ground to form a protective wall in front of Kabuto. The fire collided with the living wall, producing a massive explosion and choking the room with smoke. From the haze, a single small snake slithered out and was soon followed by thousands more, forming a surging wave. Jiraiya formed more hand signs as the snakes advanced. Before they could reach him, a towering wall of mud rose from the ground. One by one the snakes vanished in puffs of smoke and the mud wall collapsed, leaving the chamber filled with settling dust and the echoes of battle. As soon as the wall fell, the snakes were met by a giant fireball that scorched them on contact. Orochimaru smirked and told Jiraiya that he had grown slower, mocking what time did to human bodies. Jiraiya glared and ordered Tsunade to take Shizune out while he caught up later. Tsunade stammered that she could not move, frozen by a small stain on the floor. Jiraiya cursed inwardly. He knew her fear of blood, but he insisted she leave for Shizun's safety. Orochimaru shouted and a snake burst from his mouth, launching toward Jiraiya and revealing a long, sharp sword. The Toad Sage leapt away and formed hand signs, using Earth style, Dark Swamp to turn the ground beneath Orochimaru into mud and throw the blade off course. The snake summoner snarled and then broke into a smirk as his form shimmered into a puddle of mud. Jiraiya gritted his teeth. If that had been a clone, where was the real Orochimaru? He scanned the area and found the real snake summoner dangerously close to Tsunade with his blade poised. Jiraiya cursed as he watched the sword descend. Kabuto sprinted through the base carrying an unconscious Kimimaro, intending to leave him in an infirmary before rushing back to help Orochimaru. He kicked open a wooden door and froze at the sight of two fallen sound ninjas lying motionless on the floor, their bodies clearly struck down by blades. This surprised him. Orochimaru had warned him about Jiraiya's skill, but had never mentioned a sword fighter. A voice announced a wind-style attack, and Kabuto twisted away only to be driven backward by a sudden, powerful kick that forced him to drop Kimimaro. The medic crashed to the floor while Kimimaro fell unconscious with a heavy thud. Kabuto scrambled to his feet and saw no one in the room. Whoever had attacked was using stealth. A figure slipped from the shadows, and Kabuto reappeared beside it with a small puff of smoke, eyes widening in disbelief as he recognized Naruto. Kabuto struck with a chakra scalpel aimed at the blonde's chest. The figure went still and then dispersed, and Kabuto allowed himself a smug certainty that he had killed Naruto until the real Naruto materialized behind him, a swirling Rasengan in hand. Naruto drove the Rasengan into Kabuto, slamming him into the wall and sending him crashing across the chamber. Kabuto hit the wall hard and landed gasping, clutching his side where the impact had struck him. He lay stunned and unable to move. Naruto watched Kabuto twitch and then go still. He turned his attention to the unconscious Kimimaro and drew a kunai, the blade catching the light. Naruto hesitated as an unexpected tide of emotion rose up. Tears came unbidden. He felt the weight of every life taken pressed down on him and realized he could not become someone who killed those who could not defend themselves. He sheathed the kunai, resolved to show mercy whenever possible, and left the room to aid his master. Kabuto writhed on the floor, furious at having underestimated the blonde. He summoned medical chakra to mend many of his wounds, knowing the recovery would not be instantaneous. He vowed that he would have the last laugh and that Naruto would not escape retribution. Jiraiya watched Orochimaru's blade arc toward the immobilized Tsunade and urged her to move. He seized a moment, sending a wind-augmented kunai hurtling toward Orochimaru's face. Orochimaru tilted his head to avoid the kunai, and Jiraiya used the opening to grab Tsunade's hand and pull her away from the snake summoner. He needed to assure the safety of her and Shizun before going back to help Naruto. Orochimaru shouted that Naruto would not get away as a snake formed in his mouth and launched toward Jiraiya. Naruto sliced at it with his blade, and the summoned snake was cut and vanished in a burst of dust. Orochimaru spat in anger, accusing the young ninja of ruining his plans in Konoha and now threatening his attempt to kill Tsunade. Naruto performed wind-style, devastation, releasing a violent blast of wind at Orochimaru. The snake summoner, a legendary ninja, pushed through the attack with little trouble. Naruto clenched his teeth and formed his favorite hand sign, using multi-shadow clone jutsu to fill the room with thousands of copies. Orochimaru frowned at the flood of Naruto copies, then withdrew the snake back into his mouth and took up his sword. He had endured enough. Naruto strove to stall the legendary ninja with his clones and look for an opening. He knew he could not defeat Orochimaru outright and was counting on Jiraiya's return. If Jiraiya did not come, Naruto understood the odds were bleak. Orochimaru snarled and advanced, his sword expanding to an enormous length before swinging through the room. All of the clones were dispelled by the strike, leaving the real Naruto exposed. The legendary ninja closed the distance with frightening speed and landed a heavy blow to Naruto's midsection, leaving the young shinobi gasping. He followed with a brutal kick that sent Naruto crashing into a wall, leaving him slumped on the floor, wounded and dazed. Naruto knew only sharp pain and disorientation. His jaw throbbed and he had difficulty catching his breath after the hit to his stomach. His head ached from striking the wall, and he felt weak. Orochimaru's reputation as a legendary ninja seemed fully earned. In less than a minute he had reduced Naruto to a battered, vulnerable state. Orochimaru chuckled at the sight, remarking that he had expected more of a fight. He stalked toward the fallen Naruto and raised his sword, declaring that his patience was gone. The blade descended toward Naruto. With no strength left to mount a conventional defense, Naruto shut his eyes and reached inward for something he hated to use. He focused until a dark, intense chakra surged through him and his eyes snapped open with renewed ferocity. Meanwhile, Jiraiya and Tsunade ran through the halls of Orochimaru's base with an unconscious Shizune carried on Jiraiya's shoulder. The sage needed to find an exit quickly before returning to help Naruto, who would not last long against Orochimaru alone. He felt ashamed for leaving his student but trusted that Naruto had been buying time. Sunlight appeared at the end of the corridor, and Jiraiya set Shizune gently on the floor, instructing Tsunade to stay while he went back to help Naruto. Without waiting for an answer, Jiraiya was already moving. There was little time. Jiraiya slammed his hands to the ground and two small elderly toads appeared. One toad asked what the matter was. Jiraiya, terse and worried, explained that he had to use a risky technique immediately. The toads nodded and leaped onto his shoulders, connecting to him. Jiraiya's appearance shifted as the transformation took hold. His features altered in a toad-like way as he steeled himself and dashed down the corridor at a blur of speed, urging Naruto to hold on. Back in the chamber, Orochimaru's blade hit the floor and he looked around. Naruto seemed gone. Hearing approaching footsteps, Orochimaru turned to see Naruto charging. He slammed his hands on the ground, summoning a swarm of snakes that lunged with fangs bared. Naruto reacted by forming a hand seal and unleashing a powerful gust from his mouth that stopped the snakes in their tracks and blew them back, where they scattered and dissolved into puffs of dust. Orochimaru muttered that the brat was interesting. Blue chakra swirled around Naruto in streaks, while his whisker-like marks darkened and his hair stood more spiky than before. Naruto focused and began a wind-style technique, inhaling deeply before releasing concentrated spheres of compressed air that flew like bullets toward Orochimaru. The legendary ninja dodged the first air projectile easily but narrowed his eyes when it punched clean through a wall, emitting surprising force. A barrage of air bullets followed, growing stronger with each volley. Although Orochimaru's speed allowed him to evade most of the assault, he noticed that the attacks kept intensifying. Then he realized Naruto was no longer where he had been and spun to find him. Naruto announced from behind Orochimaru that he had him, charging with his blade extended and infused with blue chakra, the sword lengthened to an impressive reach. Orochimaru used his own blade to parry the strike and met Naruto's relentless, wild swings. The snake summoner smirked as he blocked the onslaught. He treated the exchange as a test to measure how much power lay behind Naruto's unusual transformation. From the looks of it, all of Naruto's abilities had increased, but he knew it came at a cost. He had not made a single clone, since any clones would probably disperse the moment they were surrounded by the chakra. Naruto cursed inwardly as a trickle of sweat ran down his face. He was already pushing himself. If this continued, he would run out of chakra. He jumped away from Orochimaru, formed hand signs, and unleashed a powerful wind technique infused with that same chakra, wind style, devastation. Orochimaru observed the attack and noticed the chakra infusion. Orochimaru smirked and raised a mud wall to block the attack. The wind crashed against the barrier and barely left a mark. Naruto panted as his enhanced chakra began to fade. The mud wall fell and revealed a smirking Orochimaru. Naruto had not managed to land a single blow on the legendary ninja and a cold fear crept up his spine. Orochimaru smirked and noted that Naruto was out of that chakra. Naruto wondered what to do now as Orochimaru approached with a twisted smile. The boy's body felt numb and refused to move, the strain leaving him almost paralyzed. Orochimaru taunted him and pointed his sword as he advanced, chuckling and mocking Naruto's fear while promising to end it with his blade. Naruto gritted his teeth. There was nothing left to do. He had already used his trump card and was near empty, his body no longer responsive from the effort. As Orochimaru closed in, Naruto's eyes widened when the ground beneath the snake summoner began to swirl. Orochimaru was suddenly swallowed by the earth. Jiraiya intervened, unleashing a flame technique combined with toad oil from the toads on his shoulders to create a large explosion where Orochimaru had stood, filling the area with smoke. Jiraiya quickly slung Naruto over his shoulder and ran out of the base. Naruto protested in surprise as the sage sped through the halls, and Jiraiya explained that he was taking Naruto to Tsunade and that Naruto should get her to a safe place while Jiraiya went back inside to destroy the compromised base. Naruto noticed the two small toads on Jiraiya's shoulders and learned their names when Jiraiya introduced them as Fukasaku and Shima. Naruto registered the oddity with a puzzled expression. Jiraiya, a little put off by his student's casual reaction, left Naruto at the exit and pointed toward Tsunade, insisting that Naruto protect her at all costs. Jiraiya warned that Tsunade was still shaken from her injuries and told Naruto not to use the forbidden power again until properly trained. Naruto nodded and watched Jiraiya run back into the base before heading out with a renewed resolve to follow his master's orders. Orochimaru rose from the rubble of Jiraiya's attack and reflected on his mistake in missing the sage. He realized the sage had been using the formidable sage mode, a technique he had never witnessed before and now recognized as extremely dangerous. Kabuto arrived with a slight limp, and Kimimaro stood nearby with a calm expression. Kabuto reported that he had been ambushed by Naruto and had been struck by a Rasengan, and that he had healed Kimimaro and restored him from fatigue with medical techniques. Orochimaru ordered Kimimaro to find and eliminate Naruto, whom he viewed as a potential future threat, and instructed Kabuto to prepare to abandon the compromised base and regroup at the south base in one day. Kimimaro departed toward the nearest exit while Kabuto and Orochimaru vanished in clouds of smoke. When Naruto emerged from the base, he found Tsunade sitting injured beside an unconscious Shizune. Naruto frowned, recalling Jiraiya's stories of Tsunade's tragic past, and the sight stirred frustration in him. Naruto demanded to know if Tsunade was all right and urged her to help Shizune, accusing her of withdrawing into herself instead of acting. Tsunade snapped back at Naruto, telling him to be quiet and insisting that he did not understand. Naruto clenched his fist and began to respond, but he was forced aside as a sudden barrage of bone-like blades flew toward him. A voice from a tree acknowledged Naruto's skills for dodging the attack, then declared an intent to kill him in Orochimaru's name. Naruto glanced at Tsunade before taking a taijutsu stance, determined that he did not intend to die that day and prepared to defend himself. Tsunade watched Naruto and felt her eyes widen at the fierce determination in him. Naruto insisted that he still had to become Hokage someday. Her throat tightened as memories of her late brother surfaced. Tears came to her eyes as she remembered the days she had spent with him, the teasing, the arguments, the stubborn care, and she realized the same dream and resolve that had driven her brother was alive in Naruto. Kimimaro, expression calm, declared that no matter what Naruto did, he would end him there. Naruto smirked and charged, blade in hand, determined to test himself. Kimimaro produced a blade of bone from his palm and met Naruto in a clash of metal and bone. Naruto infused wind chakra into his blade, allowing it to cut through Kimimaro's weapon, but Kimimaro quickly retaliated with a sudden bone strike that struck Naruto's right arm. Naruto cried out and pulled his arm back. It went numb and he could no longer move it properly. Kimimaro followed up with a heavy blow that sent Naruto sprawling to the ground. Kimimaro remarked, with no emotion, that the difference in their strength was obvious. Naruto realized he had used most of his chakra and would have to rely on his taijutsu. He rose shakily and charged again. Kimimaro produced another bone blade and swung, but Naruto twisted at the last moment and took only a shallow blow to his side. Closing the distance, Naruto threw a punch toward Kimimaro's chest, and a sudden bone projection intercepted his hand, leaving it injured. Tsunade winced at his cry of pain. Naruto managed to pull his hand free but was met by a punch to the jaw and was thrown around like a rag doll, only able to brace for each strike. He gathered himself and ran at Kimimaro again, only to be kicked away. When Naruto pushed forward once more, Kimimaro allowed him to close in before delivering a precise strike to his abdomen. Naruto collapsed, his strength visibly ebbing, and Tsunade felt panic surge as she watched him falter. She would not allow him to die. He had to achieve his dream. Tsunade leapt into the fray and struck Kimimaro in the stomach. Though Kimimaro reinforced himself with bone, the impact knocked him aside and he lost consciousness. Tsunade rushed to Naruto's side and began assessing his condition. He had suffered serious internal injuries and puncture wounds. She immediately began applying medical jutsu and grew alarmed when she noticed how hard he was panting. If she did not stabilize him quickly, he could go into shock from the blood loss. Her hands moved quickly and without hesitation. As she worked, she was surprised to see Naruto's own vitality accelerating, the healing evidence that the nine tails inside him was helping to keep him alive. She finished closing the wounds she could, but she could not replace the blood he had lost with medical jutsu alone and knew he needed a proper hospital. Naruto weakly called to Tsunade. She warned him not to speak and continued tending to his injuries, setting his jaw and urging him to rest while she arranged for better care. Naruto managed a small, tired joke about her no longer being bothered by the sight of injuries, and then he slipped into unconsciousness. Sunlight filtered through the window of a hospital room and stirred Naruto from a deep sleep. He opened his eyes slowly, uncertain where he was. The room's pale blue walls and the unfamiliar village outside the window made it clear this was not Konoha's hospital. He wondered about Jiraiya and Tsunade and what had happened. The door opened and Shizune entered with a kind smile. She checked on him and offered water when a fit of coughing seized him. Shizune explained that he had been brought to a neighboring village after being badly hurt by a sound ninja. Naruto asked about Jiraiya and Tsunade. Shizune reassured him that both were well. She said that Jiraiya had destroyed Orochimaru's base while Tsunade had brought Naruto here and treated him. Naruto felt something against his chest and discovered it was the necklace Tsunade had been wearing. The door opened again and Tsunade appeared, relief showing on her face when she saw Naruto awake. She told him he had finally come to and admitted that they had been worried. When Naruto asked how long he had been out, Tsunade informed him that he had been unconscious for 4 days and gently scolded him for sleeping so long. Naruto responded with an embarrassed chuckle. Naruto apologized for the trouble and explained that the sound ninjas had been tough. He lifted his new necklace and showed it to Tsunade, asking why he was wearing her necklace and calling her Granny Tsunade. Tsunade winced at the nickname but ignored it. She explained that the necklace had belonged to her grandfather, the first Hokage, and that by giving it to him she was giving her support. Naruto asked what kind of support, and Tsunade answered that it was her support for his dream of becoming Hokage. As she spoke, she stepped forward and placed a gentle hand on Naruto's forehead in a brief, affectionate gesture meant to show her confidence in him. The gesture made Naruto blush. Jiraiya arrived. Then, perching on the windowsill with his arms crossed and remarking that where would be the fun in using a door. Naruto scolded him for it with a frown, and Jiraiya laughed. 2 days later the group was on their way to Konoha. They had not left the day after Naruto woke because Tsunade insisted he needed more rest and warned she would be furious with anyone who argued. During that time Tsunade had grown very protective of Naruto. Jiraiya had joked that she was his unofficial mom, and Tsunade reacted with a dramatic shove that sent Jiraiya crashing through a wall, though she never denied the sentiment. Naruto had grown close to Shizune and came to see her as an older sister. She was kind to him and allowed him to play with Taunton, whom Tsunade had placed with a contact for safekeeping. The group had bonded, and Naruto finally began to understand what having a family felt like. They were only a few miles from Konoha. Naruto was excited to get there because it would mean he could resume training. Tsunade had forbidden him from training until she was satisfied with his recovery. He still wore bandages on his head and upper body. Naruto declared that he could not wait to get back and complained about missing ramen. Jiraiya muttered that it had only been a few days, and Naruto corrected him with a grin, saying they had been gone 19 days and that the hospital food had felt like torture compared to ramen. Jiraiya teased him, suggesting Naruto might be missing a girlfriend, and Naruto blushed fiercely, denying it. Naruto then leaned close to Tsunade and whispered something to her. Tsunade reacted sharply, stormed over to Jiraiya with a furious expression, and accused him of teasing Naruto. Jiraiya panicked and stammered until Tsunade, in an exaggerated, anime-style reaction, sent him crashing into a nearby tree. Tsunade warned that if Jiraiya ever led Naruto astray again, she would make him pay. Naruto watched with a smug grin, satisfied with the outcome. Murmurs followed the group through Konoha. Villagers glanced at the party with mixed curiosity and relief. Some were glad to see Naruto unharmed and wondered if Jiraiya and Tsunade had protected him from Itachi. Others were simply pleased that Tsunade had returned to the village, knowing that her presence would make Konoha safer. Naruto said he thought they were going to the hospital. Tsunade confirmed they would, but explained they had to report to the Hokage first because she could not simply walk into the hospital and start treating patients as if she owned the place. Naruto crossed his arms and grumbled, then brightened, saying he wanted to tell the old man how well he had done on his first mission as a Chunin. Jiraiya reminded him that he had helped, and Naruto blushed inwardly at the reminder. They entered the Hokage office together. The receptionist glanced at them, then bowed quickly in recognition. Naruto, puzzled, asked Jiraiya who the receptionist was bowing to, and Jiraiya sighed and shook his head, thinking his student was clueless at times. Jiraiya told Naruto not to worry and suggested they go see the Hokage, then he nodded to the receptionist and climbed the stairs. A few minutes later the group stood before the Hokage's office. Shizune, knowing they would not all be polite, stepped forward and knocked. Sarutobi gave permission for them to enter. Shizune sighed in relief and, with a polite smile, opened the door. Naruto and Jiraiya entered with a boisterous greeting aimed at the third. Shizune sighed at their lack of decorum. Sarutobi smiled and asked if the mission had been a success. Naruto grinned, and Sarutobi turned his attention to Tsunade, expressing how good it was to see her again. Tsunade returned the sentiment, surprised but pleased to be back. Sarutobi produced a couple of scrolls and explained that he had prepared the paperwork to make Tsunade head of the medical team, inviting her to work at the hospital whenever she wished. Tsunade accepted the offer with a smile. Sarutobi then requested a private word with Jiraiya. Naruto reassured Sarutobi that he and Tsunade would be heading to the hospital, which Tsunade accepted with a brief, resigned reaction to Naruto's teasing. She took a moment to say goodbye to Sarutobi before leaving with Naruto and Shizune. After they left, Sarutobi regarded Jiraiya with a serious expression and asked if he had a lead. Jiraiya said he expected to be gone longer than planned, about 2 months at most, and that he intended to take Naruto with him when he returned. Sarutobi asked about Naruto's behavior. Jiraiya explained that Naruto had been forced to take a life during the mission and was struggling with it in a way similar to how Minato had. Jiraiya believed Naruto would recover with time. Naruto walked through the hospital with a frown. Tsunade and Shizune had gone to meet hospital supervisors, and Naruto had accepted that Tsunade needed to attend to her duties. He intended to visit Sasuke but ran into Asuma on the way. Asuma had little time, but he managed to tell Naruto that Kakashi was in the hospital. Naruto learned through his own inquiries that Itachi had been responsible for Kakashi's condition. Standing outside Sasuke's room, Naruto clenched his teeth. Itachi had harmed both Kakashi and Sasuke, and some of it had happened in front of Sasuke. Naruto realized he needed more training if he wanted to protect his friends from people like Itachi. He opened the door and found most of the rookie team gathered inside. Sasuke lay unconscious in a bed. Sakura sat nearby, worry etched on her face. Choji munched on a snack near the door. Kiba leaned against the wall with his usual expression. Shino stood quietly in a corner, and Ino sat beside Sakura. Ino turned at the sound of the familiar arrival and greeted Naruto with a warm, friendly embrace, saying she had missed him. The rest of the group immediately hushed her, reminding everyone that they were in a hospital and needed to be quiet out of courtesy. Ino blushed and softened her tone, explaining she had not expected Naruto to arrive so suddenly. Kiba teased that Ino had been glad to see her boyfriend, which made Ino flush and snap back at him. The teasing quickly escalated into a heated, noisy exchange that drew even the normally reserved Shino into the argument. Naruto watched with a small grin, amused by his friend's familiar bickering. He moved to an empty chair near Ino and sat, feeling tired after the long mission. Tsunade entered the room and admonished them for being loud, reminding them there was no excuse for such noise in a hospital. Naruto asked if Kakashi had been healed, and Tsunade nodded, though Naruto's teasing nickname earned her a brief twitch of annoyance before she focused on the patient at hand. She asked for space and moved to Sasuke's bedside. Ino and Naruto stepped aside. Sakura remained frozen until Tsunade ordered her to move, at which point Sakura complied. Tsunade examined Sasuke and determined that his body had no major physical damage. His mind was in shock. She used her medical technique around Sasuke and applied gentle pressure to his head. After she finished, she said that he should wake up soon. Sasuke began to stir and opened his eyes. Tears of relief and joy fell from Sakura as she moved to his side and leaned on him. Naruto could see the discomfort in Sasuke's eyes but did not mention it because it would probably hurt Sakura. Everyone gathered around Sasuke's bed, asking after how he had been hurt and how he felt, while Shino stood by the bed in silence. Tsunade walked over to Naruto and gave him a small smile. She explained that Sasuke would be fine now and asked whether Naruto should be with the others. Naruto shook his head and told her that he had things to take care of and thanked her for healing Sasuke. Tsunade replied that it was her duty. Guy arrived and asked Kakashi what he planned to do next, having seen Tsunade treat his rival. Kakashi had been quiet since he woke. He answered that he had no immediate plans but that if the Akatsuki had members like Itachi, he would need to become stronger. Guy nodded, saying that training to protect one's students was a youthful pursuit and vowed to train even harder, promising to challenge Kakashi until they both grew stronger. Kakashi felt a brief surge of exasperation, wondering what he had gotten himself into. Naruto sat atop the Hokage monument with a frown. He felt a little hurt at being overlooked in the hospital room, but he understood. Everyone was glad that Sasuke had returned and wanted to talk to him. A strange calm surprised Naruto about himself. After watching Sakura cry for Sasuke, he had half expected to feel overwhelmed, but instead he felt nothing, and he suspected that his crush on Sakura had faded. He sighed as he watched the village below and felt mentally exhausted from the mission. The memory of having taken a life weighed on him. He felt it had not been completely necessary. Ino approached and sat down beside him with a gentle smile. She asked what he was doing alone, and Naruto admitted that he simply did not feel like being around many people and wanted to take it easy for a while. Ino noticed the change in him. The old sparkle of innocence was gone, replaced by regret and pain, and asked what had happened on his mission. Naruto avoided the question at first, but then suggested that Ino go visit Sasuke, insisting that he would be all right. Ino shook her head and told Naruto that he mattered more to her in that moment. She reminded him of a promise she had made to help him through pain and said that she would always be there for him. Naruto gave a small, teary smile and rested back on the monument, watching the clouds. Naruto finally admitted that something had happened on the mission that he had hoped to avoid. Ino took his hand and gently squeezed it, urging him to talk if it would help. Naruto confessed that during the mission he had been forced to defeat enemy shinobi, and one of them had not survived. He explained that the encounter had been shockingly quick and easier than he expected, and that realization had unsettled him deeply. Ino listened without interruption, absorbing his guilt and pain. She reminded him that they were ninja and that taking lives, however regrettable, was sometimes part of their duty. Naruto acknowledged that he had understood that in theory, but doing it had snapped something inside him. He said that, while he had felt temporarily powerful during the act, the shame and remorse that followed made him feel like a murderer. Ino argued that those feelings showed he had not become a mindless killer. The fact that he regretted it meant he was still himself. She recalled a lesson from Asuma-sensei about how hard it was to take a life and how even harder it could be to return to being one's former self. Naruto considered her words carefully and recognized that she was right. He was not irredeemable, and his regret was a step toward finding his way back. The only thing he hoped for was to have Ino there to help him get through it. Naruto smiled and admitted that he knew he was not back to normal yet, but he promised he would try. Ino returned the smile, stood, and offered her hand, making it clear she expected him to come and that he should drop his gloomy attitude or she would not take him along. Naruto's smile widened as he took her hand and stood. He scratched the back of his head and asked if she minded going to Ichiraku's with him, explaining that he had not had ramen in a while. Ino agreed with a small smile and decided they would eat there to celebrate his return to the village. They left the monument together. Naruto felt much better with Ino by his side, and she was glad to see the blonde beginning to act like himself again. It had been a while since they'd seen each other, and both were happy to spend more time together. Ibiki walked through the hallways of the Hokage's office building with a paper in hand, making his way to the Hokage because he had information about sound. Kakashi had captured the two sound ninja brothers, Yukon and Sakan, and after hard work, he had finally broken them. Ibiki knocked on the Hokage's door and entered when invited, finding the third occupied with a large amount of paperwork. Ibiki bowed lightly and handed over the report on what they had learned from the two sound prisoners. The report included some of Orochimaru's base locations, though only a few. The third skimmed the report and asked for more details. Ibiki explained that Yukon and Sakan had been part of what Orochimaru called the Sound Four. The two brothers had been given control of one large base and several smaller ones, but they had no knowledge of the locations of other bases, only that more existed. Ibiki had marked the places where Orochimaru was most likely to be. Sarutobi listened, recognizing the importance of the information and the need for immediate action. It had been almost a month since Orochimaru's attack, and he did not want the trail to grow cold. The difficulty was that many Jonin were already out on missions and there were not many Chunin to spare. He decided to send Jonin teams with Chunin subordinates to the bases most likely to house Orochimaru, while assigning Chunin with Genin squads to investigate the less dangerous sites. Ibiki was dismissed, and the third began to consider team assignments in earnest. Sarutobi ran through the options. Guy and Kurenai were available in the village, and a limited number of Chunin remained while the village recovered. He planned to have Guy and Kurenai lead separate Chunin squads the next day, and to summon other Chunin teams for the remaining tasks. The teams would depart as soon as possible. They had no time to lose. At Ichiraku's, Ino reacted with mild disgust as Naruto gulped ramen with gusto. Naruto set his bowl down and declared that it had hit the spot, flashing a grin at Ino and teasing that she liked ramen just as much as he did. Ino huffed, crossed her arms, and pointed out that she ate more carefully while Naruto tended to get it all over his mouth and clothes. Naruto sighed and conceded that she would always have the last word when they argued, promising to watch how he ate from then on. Ino smiled, pleased to have made her point. They finished their meal and Naruto set his money on the stall, asking Ayam to tell Tucci to get better soon. The two left the ramen stand to walk around the village a little longer. The sun was already beginning to set, and Ino mentioned that she had about an hour before she needed to go home. Naruto usually walked her part of the way since she had once told him that it was what a gentleman should do. As they walked, Ino noticed a messenger bird approaching with a letter. The bird landed on Naruto's shoulder and nudged the letter so he would take it, then flew off. Naruto opened the letter and read. Ino watched his expression change to concern and asked what was wrong, worried that he might already have another mission. Naruto managed a sad smile as he put the letter away and told her that, unfortunately, it was a mission notice. Some of the sound bases still needed to be dealt with, and he assumed he would be assigned to one of them. The letter contained few details beyond the teams and tasks. Ino frowned at the unfairness of it all. Naruto had just returned and already had to leave again. He had not even been in the village for a full day. She told him to be careful. Naruto attempted to reassure her with a smile, but when he noticed she still looked downcast, he proposed a bet to lift their spirits. If he did not see her for more than 2 days, he would do anything she wanted, and if they succeeded in spending more time together over the next few days, she would treat him to ramen. Ino considered the bet, smiled, and accepted, confident she would win. Ino accepted the deal with an excited grin and told him he was going to lose to Naruto. Naruto replied that they would see about that and explained that he had to go to the Hokage's office now, so he could not walk her home. Ino blushed and asked him to be careful, and Naruto promised with a smile before leaping into motion and running toward the Hokage's office. Ino watched the blonde leave, realizing her feelings for him were growing and that she hoped the bet if she won would lead to a date. With that thought, she walked home, newly aware of what she felt for the whiskered blonde. Naruto entered the Hokage's office to find a few Chunin he did not know and a bored-looking Shikamaru standing by. The Hokage produced several scrolls and, once everyone had gathered, explained why he had chosen them for the mission. He noted that many of them had mission experience, that Shikamaru had been selected for his high intelligence and strategic mind, and that Naruto had been chosen because he already had experience with Orochimaru's bases. The Hokage instructed them to search the base for any information relating to the cursed seal of heaven, to deal with enemy ninja as needed, and to destroy the base once they had the necessary information. He told them they would depart with assigned teams in the morning and that a letter had been sent to the other teams so they could meet at the gate. The Chunin acknowledged the orders. The next morning, Ino walked to the Konoha gates with a frown. She had been given a last-minute mission and would be leaving early, which meant she would miss seeing Naruto off an annoyance, though it also meant she had won the bet. As the gates approached, she saw a group of Chunin gathered near several genin as if preparing to depart. She noticed Choji among them and walked over, taking in the puzzled expressions on the other genin. Ino asked Choji what was happening, and he explained that many of them had been called without being given much information. He had seen Shikamaru earlier, but the strategist had left before Choji could speak with him. Choji sighed, took out a bag of chips, and began to eat. A few minutes passed and most of the Chunin and genin had already left the village. As the final groups prepared to depart, Ino spotted Niji standing a short distance away with his usual calm expression. She frowned at the delay from their squad leader and muttered her irritation. Choji observed that Niji must be on their team since he had not yet left. A familiar voice explained that he had been delayed because he had to go over some things with the Hokage. Ino gasped in disbelief upon recognizing Naruto, who then introduced himself as their squad leader for the mission, producing stunned reactions from the genin. Niji approached Naruto with a smug expression and mocked the idea that Naruto had been allowed to become a Chunin, then shrugged it off as a joke when Naruto and the others reacted with surprise. Niji snapped defensively with an embarrassed flush and insisted he had only been trying to lighten the mood. Naruto assessed Niji for a moment and then grinned, noting the change in Niji's demeanor. He told the group they did not have much time and that they would head west until he instructed them otherwise. The team launched from the village and made their way toward the base. As they moved through the trees, Naruto fell into step beside Ino and grinned, boasting that he had won their bet and teasing her to get her wallet ready. Ino replied with an angry blush and told him to be quiet,